Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to me having a gigantic argument. Not me, I'm not present, but there is a gigantic, wonderful argument going on in my Discord right now. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your host, as ever, and as always, Lore Runner. Today we're playing GRIS. Damn it, I even looked this up. GRIS. Spanish, damn it. I even know this, I look at that and my mind translated as Gree. The second I see it, I don't even know why. I think it's because I'm stupid. Now let's send out all those announcements. Send all this stuff out. Announcement. I got 3 separate things I send out announcements on right now. Pretty sure it's Spanish. Now I'm questioning myself. Hang on. Let's look this up. Yep, no, it is Spanish. I'm right. Whew. Yeah, it literally means gray. Yeah, I'm a bit late. Sorry. I'd like to blame that on the Discord argument, but truthfully, I just was still eating breakfast. I only have so many minutes in the morning. And I was like, well, I could skip breakfast. No, I probably shouldn't do that. So I decided not to skip breakfast. I mean, that doesn't surprise me, Mike. Ladies and gentlemen, I do want to say thank you and shoutouts to Dopefish, Cerberus, CW Daniels, and the person who not only put this game on the list, but is also the primary shareholder, Watson Wales. Thank you, all of you, as always, for keeping this show running, for keeping the lights on, for keeping me fed, for everything's cool. So you notice we have a continue option here. That's actually kind of because I had to get into the game to adjust the options. So we're going to just start a new game. Yes. That's what I thought. This was actually published by Devolver Digital. I double-checked, because I was pretty sure. Now we are going to check one thing super quick here. Turn it down just a bit, because that got a little loud. So some very stylized artwork. I actually think that's a 3D object, being drawn as if it's a 2D one, which is a, I don't want to say it's a common trick so much as it's a trick I have seen before. Hello, Tony. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the live stream. I guess would be a better way to phrase that. You have chosen an interesting game to join us on. Hello, everyone. Who else have we got here today? Ect is here. Blade Taval is here. Eclectic is here. Von Falkenstein, Black Malkin, Takoda, whoop, Mike Kamano, Valerian, the Puppy Eater, Spartan, Monobrent, a false sub from Von Falkenstein. Thank you for being honest with me. Melkor, Octogy, Eitri, Lord Haramont, Jordan. Definitely don't know what those first 3 letters are. What is up? And spicy blue milk. We were out of sweet blue milk, sorry. We even have a crazy Norseman here. Actually, I didn't, Mike Kamano. Unless you mean what I just did, in which case, yes. That's interesting. So it's actually a platformer. Holy crap. We did it. We successfully played a platformer in the platformer block. And Tony's gone forever. We'll never hear from him again. But we do like to chat and hang out, so if you have any thoughts, comments, questions, hatreds, violent rages, you are more than welcome to share. Hey, Zach Taft. Hey, Pillow Willow. So the sing button doesn't seem to be working. Interesting. I don't like baseball all that much. Basketball, football, that's more my thing. I'm not into American football, though. I don't think anybody actually likes American football. They just like everything that comes with American football, you know, hanging out with friends, eating good food, chilling, having a drink, you know. Yeah, this is me. I will demonstrate by rotating in ways that the cutscene obviously wouldn't. And trying to sing. And failing at it. Oh yeah, and Formula 1. Although, I admit my opinion on Formula 1 has shifted a lot over the years. That's a good question, Maple Kingdom. Oh, I should get the bot up, because the bot's working now. Yeah, sorry, I should mention, when you saw me collapse earlier, that was me hitting the jump button. Apologize. Can I sing now? Not quite. Still can't sing. Still haven't gotten our voice back. Hang on, let me get the bot going. Did you know that we've actually got a QA bot for people who can ask random questions about Resident Evil? But you'll have to give me a minute, because I have to actually get it working. I have not actually seen it. I sincerely doubt I will ever have time to, Von Falkenstein. But I am aware of what happened, and that's all I will say about that. Yes, I know that. I know that's me. It gives me an alert every single time. Hey! Did you know that we have a QA bot, which I think is working? It should be working. So if you type exclamation mark and then the letter Q, and then a question like Zach Taft asked, which is an off-topic question. Now the letter Q. It should be able to catch those. It's already failing. Wow, that was quick. I've seen a speedrun of this game, Black Malkin. Okay. Why? Alright, hang on. That is going to be the format going forwards, though. Once I actually got this stupid thing working, which it was working literally yesterday, any questions that aren't in the queue question thing, I am happy that it happened, but not the way it happened, if that makes sense, Von Falkenstein. Any questions that are in the queue, I'm just going to quietly start ignoring. But if you put it in the queue, well, then I can answer that. So the whole idea here is you guys don't know exactly when a perfect time is to ask a question. You ask them when they occur to you, right? I know when a good dead time is. I know when I don't have anything to talk out about, or I don't have anything to showcase, or I'm not concentrating. So I'll just have it there ready to go, and I can just say, hey, such and such asks this and that. Sounds like that's kind of the gut idea. By the way, make sure you can do the guessing game. You can also do the guessing game. If you'd like to guess what thing is, it should be open for editing. Let me double check that. Yep, we are open for editing on the guessing game if anybody would like to. I gave it as a bonus to make up for my mistake. Eitri, I did it on purpose. Okay, work. What? That's actually a new bug. Oh, for God's sakes. Okay, hang on. Let me try something real quick here. This is ridiculous. Okay, I think I see what's happening. I think I can fix this. I think I don't need to look here. Someone do a test real quick, please. I do need... There we go. It worked! Perfect. I have not read the nefarious question. Okay, so it's working now. It is in fact working. Favorite take on energy shields? Personally, I've actually always really liked what they did with Star Trek, which I know is ridiculous and inconsistent. So I guess I should say my headcanon of Star Trek. My actual answer would probably be my own personal shields, which are kind of based on Star Trek's. After that, though, probably just Protoss in general from StarCraft. Protoss are legit. So, okay, so the QA bot is working. It is functioning. It's even got the timestamps like it should. Perfect, so. Okay, back into the game. So again, once again, going forwards, if you want those questions asked, you just type in exclamation mark, the letter Q. And there you go. When did they change energy shields in Star Trek? All the frickin' time. You kidding me, Macamano? They have no consistency to them at all. Nithrisk asks the question, any hype for the FF6 Pixel Remaster or End of Dragons? Pixel Remaster, I'm more worried than hyped or hoiped. As for the other side of that, which is End of Dragons, I'm pretty hoiped about that. I'll go ahead and admit that. But then again, I'm a pretty big Guild Wars 2 player, so whatever. So we can't quite go there. What is this? Ah! Okay, that's a cutscene. I've lost. Well, plus, at least in the games, although also partially in the narrative, the Protoss shields are fairly self-consistent. You know how important self-consistency is to me in general. As opposed to, para example, the Star Trek shields, which are just all over the place depending on the episode in question. Sometimes you can go through the shields, sometimes you can't. Whoop, whoop, whoop. There's no falling damage. Sometimes, this is very gray. Sometimes you can beam through the shield, sometimes you can't. Sometimes shield take more damage from torpedoes, sometimes they take more damage from phasers. It just depends on what the writer of the week decided. The platforming is tighter than I thought it would be for what looks like a Journey-style game, right? Which is good. You know me, I'm really picky about platforming. It's something I had a problem with in Nefarious, for example. The platforming of that game actually kind of sucked. We can kind of sing now. Just a little bit. Before we go over to the right, I want to see if we can go to the left. So can we do anything with these pieces of... No? Okay. And yeah, I have seen a speedrun of this game, but this is my first time actually playing, which is why we have the Premiere Run label up. I've already jotted down several positives for what is effectively artistic style. Okay, there we go. We have collected the key. Do we get those 3 back, or are they burnt now? Nope, they're back. They're with us. We still have the constellations. Zach Taff asks, who do I think would be a good voice actor other than Brian Bloom for Captain America? Other than Chris Evans, obviously. I think Matt Mercer would do a good job of it. I'd have to think about it past that. I know, right, Jordan? I think it's just part of the fact that we're in the unknown block, you know, the indie games block or the niche block. So we just kind of are naturally playing games that will try something with their art style rather than just whatever. I'll answer Blade Torball's question in just a sec. See, I've got the queue now. I can answer that during dead period. But I think a cutscene's about to happen. Interesting. Roses or blood? You be the judge. Red. A color has been brought back. Can we sing now? Nope, still can't sing. Can we hit any other button? No. We're getting there. One third of the way there. Depending how you define it. Whoa! That shouldn't be happening. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That really shouldn't be happening. Yeah, we apparently are still having bugs. I love bugs. Love the bugs. Blade Travel asks, just watched you Back to the Future 2 Rumination. What's your favorite take on time travel? In fiction, I'd have to really think about that, because fiction almost never does what I like. And, well, the examples I can think of where they do what I like are literally spoilers. But all I will say is Type 1, aka time is a linear line form of time travel, which is where all time travel you've ever done has always been done. You cannot alter time, even through time travel, is the basis of that. And there's a couple reasons I like that. One, it tends to be better, more clever, more interestingly constructed. But two, and far more importantly, it's more difficult to write. And therefore usually requires more effort and more work, and I tend to appreciate that amongst the writing team. Yeah, like I said, there's a few things I could mention that have the stable time loop, but I don't want to spoil because several of those are in the territory of spoilers. Okay. So we need a lot more dots. Holy shkamoli. Why does it keep doing that? Now we gotta go see what Tony said. He says, oh my god, Lord's a liar. I mean, I have lied before. Well, I claim to be human anyways. I know you have a site. Are you sure? Do I have speculation on when I'll start the ruminations on the Mandalorian and other stuff? No. So right now, I will tell you the rough answer to that question. The rough answer to that question. We need 7 for that one. Yeah, I know, right, Von Falkenstein? Nowadays, Terminator's Type 3, which is multiple timelines. So, once we finish the MLP streaminations, we will probably be pausing streaminations in general for a bit as we crank even more video game streams out in order to get caught up in the queue. That is a temporary thing, obviously. That is intended to be a stopgap. Once we get back to doing streaminations proper on Sundays, we will be doing a show called Justified first. After that, we'll be covering a show called Tangled, based on the movie of the same name. After that, I'm not 100% sure. Everything after that is kind of... That being said, I do kind of want to do a Star Wars batch with regards to the streaminations. So what I'm kind of... So right now, Clone Wars Season 7 and Mandalorian Season 1, I think, are funded. But, for example, the Bad Batch is not funded. So what I'd kind of like to do is literally do Clone Wars Season 7, Bad Batch, Mandalorian, and then maybe Boba Fett after that. Yes, Nithrius. That is correct. I've never heard of the show until I vetted it for adding to the list, so... Either way, yeah, that's the goal right now for that. So, what the hell is this doing? Crazy Norris says, is it okay to ask that question in chat or whatever? I mean, obviously you can just ask simple one-sentence answer things there. How is that the wrong order? You're wrong, Hazardous! I spit upon you. Okay, looks like we do have to go down. Just double checking. Anyways. Why would I watch Mandalorian before the Bad Batch? Bad Batch is before it. QA Bacta is working. Speaking of which. So yeah, you ask a valid question. Like I said, Crazy North, if it's just a little thing like, hey, have you ever played this game before? Then sure, go ahead and just mention that in chat. The QA bot is really a little bit more for off-topic questions, because that's been a very real problem on this stream for the past couple of years. So, that's more its thing. That's for stuff that can just be answered whenever. Now, I do believe you, Hazardous, but I probably won't do it that way anyways. We'll see, though. Why does it keep doing this? I need to talk to Zillow, because that's code thing. It's just really weird that it's doing that. Let's try this. Maybe this will change it. I don't have to do jack, Hazardous. What are you talking about? The irony is, in my opinion, neither order of release nor chronological order are correct. When it depends on the specific fiction. And in some cases, both are correct, depending. Like, for example, Kingdom Hearts is better in production order, except for a couple of provisos where you should switch it around. I'll think about it, Hazardous. No promises. Your question's there, Gum Gum. There's no bugs. We do have a bug, but that's not what's being bugged right now. Oh, that's the game we're playing. That makes so much sense now. Roll splat damage. Nah, it's okay. We got a built-in parachute. Very desolate. They're red. Okay. Favorite title drop in a game? Kingdom Hearts 2. I won't even explain why. It didn't become my favorite until a later game in the series came out, though. So Gum Gum asked, what's the strongest weapon in modern day? What does that mean? What is modern day? How does that apply? I think we all know the strongest weapon in real life is the power of friendship. Well, I wait for a clarification there. Kevin Conroy as Cap? Yeah, no, I could see Kevin Conroy doing the Cap's voice. What's worse to me, squiggity or over animation obscuring jumps? What's an example of the latter? Either way, squiggity. I don't like being in control. Oh, gotcha. So a modern-day weapon that's weak in my setting. That makes more sense. That is not how I interpreted that. Oh. The wind's coming. The wind's coming. Run! That's true, hazardous! Shotgun. So, I already have Crazy Horse. They are unskippable. I feel like this... Yep, this will be a safe spot. You see how they actually indicate it's a safe spot because the windmill thing is spinning. So, on the off chance you don't think that the building is safe, there's something visually indicating that it's safe. I could see that, Malcolm. Or maybe it's like you're not sure where you are. Like, some games are very precise, like here's the safe zone and it's really tiny, and you can't tell where you're standing, something like that. Either way, I would still go with the squiggity. I really do not like the squiggity. Well, this is going to suck in a second. Yep. It's actually a form of tutorialization, but yes is the answer to your question, Nethrius. So, based on that, Gum Gum, I'm just going to go with the straight-up pistol. You know, throwing a small object at a fast speed is certainly a decent thing, but is so easily overcomeable by so many methods within the extant that I would probably say just guns in general. Now, obviously, there are variant gradient degrees of strength when it comes to guns. You know, there's a difference between a pistol and an anti-materials rifle, am I right? But just like your typical pistol or machine gun or whatever. Let's go and grab that. So, example, the best usage of types of time travel in fiction. So, honestly, this is drifting vaguely into spoilers territory here. I love the little details. You see the edge of the rock face is being carved away just a little bit by the wind. Final Fantasy VIII has an excellent example of Type 1 time travel. It's actually probably one of the better aspects of the game as a whole, is how tightly written that particular thing is. We need to go, 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 go! Go! Okay, made it. Yeah, I tend to not like commitment platformers in general. There are exceptions, of course. But, I fell. You know, you get used to the Castlevania thing, and I love the Bloodstained Curse of the Moon game, but... I'd have to think about it to think of my favorite example of... Why is it not creating the bridge? Type 2 time travel. And I'm not sure I like any versions of Type 3 time travel, so I'd really have to think about that. Oh, there we go. Boop. But, oh, they don't on Falkenstein. That's the funny part. Anyways, but yeah, commitment platform is when you have... Once you have committed to a jump, you're stuck with it. Again, the classic example of that is Castlevania. Once you have jumped, you have lost control of your character until you land back on the ground. Speaking of which, Walker asks, is the QA bot working? Yes. WoW's time travel is actually an interesting one. WoW's time travel is a variant of Type 3. Because it's actually Type 2 with some Type 3 provisos. Not gonna make it. Oh, hey, I actually made it. Holy crap. Yay. This giant gem is my... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, I don't like anything that's happening right now. I've decided we should destroy this thing for the good of the human race. I suppose, though, if we are to count Warcraft as a Type 3 time travel scenario, then that would be my favorite Type 3 time travel scenario thing. You know, that's actually funny, Bluff because that's exactly why I despise Type 3 time travel. Nothing you do matters, because everything never happened and you don't change anything. It's the friggin' point at that point. You know? Notice the music's changed. That's nice. Come on. Break. Break! I can see you wanting to break. I don't know how to break you. I can't break you. Base Delta 0. Knock loose. Yes, Pika. Valhalla is a huge game, and is absolutely nowhere near funded. Yeah, I'm just gonna give up on this for now. Changing the timeline creates a branching timeline so you don't affect your present. Yeah, that's Type 3 time travel in a nutshell. It's really common. In fact, it is the most common type of time travel in fiction. It's also my least favorite for the reasons I just mentioned. It's, well, okay, there's another reason I don't like time. So first of all, it makes whatever you do irrelevant. That kind of irritates me. But second of all, and more to the point, most of the time, asterisk, 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 it's done by writers who are lazy or don't want to put in the work or effort to actually write well. Instead, what they do is they just say, it doesn't matter. You don't have to keep track of anything in Type 3 time travel. You don't have to... Oh, hey, we can now become a brick. I don't know what button that is. It's that button. Maybe. It is that button. Hey. But as a writer, you don't actually have to keep track of anything. You don't have to. You can. It's worth noting. This is why I keep adding the proviso. I have seen writers who have done, good, proper writing with regards to Type 3 time travel. It's just extraordinarily rare compared to people who just say, yeah, no, it's another timeline, so it doesn't matter. We can make up whatever we want to. We don't have to follow any form of continuity or logic or consistency because it's another timeline. See the aforementioned Terminator films after 1, or really after 2, for a perfect example of that. And I'm not sure, Professor Yago. I'm pretty sure it's shown up because the multiple timelines theory has been around since, like, at least the 20s that I'm aware of. See, Zelda's kind of a rare exception because Zelda is more like Type 1 time travel until the timeline is forcibly split by Zelda at the end of Ocarina. Oh my god, I can move as a brick. That's so cool. This is what playing as a Womp would be like. Or Thwomp, excuse me. I think it was Asimov as well, von Falkenstein. Gonk. I like gonk droids. Make fun if you will. Inquisition is a very classic example of Type 2. AKA one timeline, but you can alter it, you can change it. Which really is kind of the reason it's Type 2, the reason it's the middle, is because it really is kind of the compromise between 1 and 3. Yeah, no, I've heard that too, Blothalox, and I actually disagree with it, but I can't explain why, if that makes any sense. Like, I get your point. It's just, I don't think Type 1 time travel gets rid of free will, if that makes any kind of sense. And so anyways, I feel like I've answered X's question. I need to get a hold of Zalog for this. Wow. This is insanity. This is a really weird bug we're having here. So I answered Walker's question. Valerian says, do you need me to craft 580 sets? No, I do not. Actually, I've already asked that. It's not urgent. So what's actually happening, Pesnator, is, so I've got a document over here, right? And it's like, hey, it's keeping track of the questions exactly as it should, but it is periodically, for reasons I can't explain, just hitting enter, if that makes any sense. So there's the document. Here's your question, and then here's your question, right? And then the longer it takes me to get to it, the further down it's going on the page, and it's not getting rid of anything. The questions are still there. The timestamps are still there. It's just spacing them out. And I'm not sure why. Actually, I do have a theory about why it's happening, but I don't know Java well enough to just dissect that myself. Is this an indie game? I have no idea. It is, Jordan. It's a good time to test the QA bot. Speaking of which, Zach Taff asks, what problems I have with Jill Valentine Resident Evil 5 being kidnapped by Wesker, making a knockoff Winter Soldier, but Winter Soldier storyline was good in the Captain Comics and MCU. Oh, that's an interesting statement. So the way you phrase that, Zach Taft, means that there's nothing wrong with a knockoff as long as the original is good. Allow me to disagree with that completely, because I can think of plenty of knockoff things which are not what I would consider to be good, of things that are what I would be considered good. I've got an example right off the top of my head. There's an MMO called Rift, which is a knockoff of WoW. Probably von Falkenstein. That's exactly what I'm thinking. We are definitely playing a Thwomp. This is actually kind of cool. I like it. Okay, we have entered the mirror dimension. Back to being GRIS. Von Falkenstein says, oh, I already actually answered that one. How big is a sector in the extent? It varies. But I don't know why I'm saying we. There's only one writer fix it. I don't like it to be that good. Or that big, excuse me. There's a lot of crying people here. Crying statues everywhere. I feel like this is a game about depression. I don't know. Call me a weirdo. Would I classify the original FF's time travel? Badly written. No, I'm serious. It's one of the only story negatives I gave FF1. It is a story negative I stand behind. The time travel in FF1 made perfect sense as Type 1, I might add. Until they just sort of threw it out the window for no reason in the ending. Well, you know how to type in questions, don't you, Mockingbirds? Maybe you don't. Did you know you can type an exclamation mark Q, space, and then your question. Okay, that's freaky. Well, let's break all these statues of whoever this person is. This sounds like a great idea. This honestly sounds like a terrible, terrible idea, but whatever. Let's just go for it. I agree with that, Jordan. Anyways, sorry to answer how big. That's Blade Travel's question. Nithria says, any thought about doing an episode 0 for Lorecraft when you get a brief synopsis of who the races and classes are? So no, I am not going to do that because I was approaching the World of Lorecraft series with a very specific writing style in mind, which was try and anger. Hey, I guess that's why we're breaking stuff, which I'll get back to in a minute. And no, it is not Dean Badine. Ha ha ha. Okay, so we've added back the Swarm of Death to the world, so that's cool. So hang on, it's doing that spacing thing again. Just a second. To finish the thought, the reason I'm not doing the episode 0 thing is because I am trying to approach the Lorecraft series with a very specific type of writing in mind, which is to try and, rather than sit here and just exposit dump on your face for an hour, rather try to explain things at this level and just establish a whole lot of bricks, and then show how they connect a little bit, and then show how they connect a lot, and show how they advance, and show how they advance, etc. The Lorecraft plot won't really start moving forward until we get to the actual proper Cataclysm zones, which is going to be later this year. How do I type questions in the queue? Well, the first thing you do, Lord Heremon, is you get underneath the thwomp. Top 3 fictional worlds I'd love the chance to visit. Define visit. And top 3 I'd like to live in. Well, we have a term for that. We call that the tier question, the tiers of insertion. So my answer to you, of course, will be which tier. I mean, it's entirely possible that I'm just a crap writer, Nithrius, and I don't even mean that in the usual self-depreciating way. I was admittedly doing a experiment with writing when it came to the Lorecraft series to try and write it in a specific style, and it's very possible I just straight up failed at that. Time will tell, because we're not there yet. Let's see. Mockingbird says, I'm on the spectrum. No. Do I have some sort of attention disorder? No. I don't know what a neurotypical is, but okay. When I do the WoW rumination, I assume you mean the review, because there will be no WoW rumination. But when I do the WoW review, will I do it in the classic game or the retail version? So I've actually thought about this a few times, and I'd kind of rather rip out my teeth and shoot them into my eyes than play WoW Classic again. So I'm probably just going to go ahead and do it in WoW to retail. That is more likely of an outcome there. Rawr. Rawr. Aw. Neurotypical. Oh, well then, that's probably me then. Well, no, actually, you are 100% the audience, Nithrius. And I mean that. Now, granted, there's actually like 5 different audiences for the Lorecraft series, but for the World of Lorecraft series specifically, part of the goal is to allow people who have never gotten to experience the Warcraft story the opportunity to experience the Warcraft story. Because Lord knows just playing WoW will absolutely not get you that story. It's one of my biggest complaints about WoW. Interesting. For the sake of testing, I should do something. Aw, there's a safety... Okay, hang on. See you around, Valerian. I literally can't jump to my death. so what happens, Knockloose, is you should get a prompt in your actual Twitch chat, and it should say, hey, share it, or whatever, and you can type a message there. Even if I'm not live, make sure that you type in a message there, because I will get those in my queue. I will get a log of that, right? And as a direct consequence, I think that wants me to go over here. As a direct consequence, I will then be able to put that towards whatever you want to put it towards, because you put the message in the box. Make sense? Nevertheless, you do have to hit that button for me to, you know, be aware of the fact that that donation has happened. Otherwise, I don't really have a good way of telling that. Darn toot. Negative to gameplay. Can't kill your own character. No suicide today. Although, yeah, in all honesty, in a game that's clearly about grief, not being capable of killing yourself is probably a smart move. Nope, you didn't put the question there, Pika. Can't answer it. You have to type in !Q. That'll add it to the queue, and then we'll do the thing when I have time, which obviously I don't right now because I'm trying to do a little platforming right now. Bounce, bounce. Maybe I could just... Oh, okay. Never mind. We'll wait then. Wait very, very patiently. Darn. Okay, we will actually wait patiently now. So, while we're waiting patiently... We already answered Lord Haramon's question. Yeah. Oh, there's Mockingbird's question. There's, well, why are we getting repeats here? Jump! No! No! What the? Hang on. Delete. There we go. Name 4 people in the Empire that I think would get a medal. Jeez, I don't know. I don't even think I could name 4 characters in the Empire off the top of my head. Dude whose name I can't think of. Woman whose name I can't think of. And we'll go with dude I can't think of the name of, and woman I can't think of the name of. There you go. I'm not actually making that up. That's 4 actual characters I thought of, but I can't think of any of their names. I'm serious, I can't think of it. So, the dude I can't think of the name of is an Azimdi. Back in the day, when space travel was still something that was being theorized about, there was a predominant theory amongst the Azimdi that alien life didn't exist and couldn't exist. Now, as a further aside to that, this one dude did actually think that alien life didn't exist. That's insanity. Don't be ridiculous. But he wanted to explore space. He wanted to get out into the cosmos and explore it and understand and all that fun stuff. So that's cool. But as a direct consequence of that, he got very unpopular, very ostracized by his people. Spent a lot of wealth and a lot of resources effectively being voluntarily banished, is the way I would phrase this, to their planet's moon, which I forget the name of right now, of course, because I don't remember any names. He ended up being the first alien that the humans made contact with, and consequently, he made first contact with his race as well. That was the very, very beginnings of alien interaction between any aliens whatsoever, with one big exception. I don't know how I'm supposed to make this jump, unless I could stay... Oh, for God's sakes, never mind. I was just going through it earlier. Anyways, whatever. We made it. So he's the guy. The woman in question, the first woman I mentioned, is a human woman who I don't remember her name either. She's Italian. I'll tell you that right now. And she was a very wealthy individual who absolutely burned money. And I mean deliberately went into the red and effectively bankrupted herself. Not fully, but like she destroyed her own... She effectively destroyed her own wealth and prestige and power in order to jumpstart the space industry, making ships, making drives, making gravity, all the pieces and parts that make spaceships feasible. She made so desirable that it became cheaper. That's how industries work. You know, more people do it, more people come up with more systems, the prices go down, it becomes more affordable, and she is pretty much single-handedly responsible for pushing space travel for humans. So that's number 2 there. I won't bore you with the other 2, but those are 2 medal-worthy people right off the top of my head. All right, so Ect, to continue your earlier question, you say an invisible observer for visiting. Okay, so just watching but cannot be perceived. Well, first I'd get attacked by bats. That's the first thing that would happen. This apparently is a Castlevania game. I don't think I'd want to visit any world, as absolutely bizarre as that sounds. So just pick any 3 you want to. I'd only want to be there if I could interact with it on something. Yeah, we'd be Udo. You're right. We would just be Udo. And some people will be like, did you feel like you're being watched? But as far as Type 3 acclamation, as you present, so Warcraft would be a big one for me, despite its issues. I can get both at the same time. I would also very much be tempted by Pokemon, as well as Star Trek. So we'll just go with those as my 3 answers for Type 3. Oop. Scroll down a little bit. In a capitalist world, that's a great way to start a sentence, we get to enjoy games that have been made as products. Do you think games would be better made in a communist world, which doesn't exist, where devs don't have to make money? Yes and no. So let's go ahead and cover the 2 sides of that since you bothered to ask that question. That terrible, terrible question. The biggest benefit of finances being a relevant factor when it comes to anything creative, television, movie, whatever, is it provides a form of incentive. You want to do a good job because you'll be paid well, right? Or you want to get your paid at all, or you want to fulfill your contract, or whatever. Now, obviously, that doesn't always apply because plenty of actual dreck is made and sells just fine. I'm not going to name examples, but you can probably think of a few. So that's the argument and counter-argument on that side. I think I can make that jump. I really like this music, by the way. I'm probably giving a plus for music for this one. In the idea, however, and I will freely admit... Yeah, exactly, Dakota. I will freely admit, however, for myself, and this is purely for myself, not for society or anything else whatsoever, I would rather make money than make games than make games to make money. In other words, once the money has been achieved, the goal has happened, and now, as a direct consequence of goal having happened, I could go do what I actually want, which is to make games. Make sense? That's as much of an opinion I could give on that one. Scroll up to Chronom's question. Question for Put My Sunding Stuff. I'm willing to do Tor again. Yes, absolutely. I'm not 100% sure where the Tor run lies on the Oblivion line. But either way, there is a strong intention to do the rest of Tor. I can take it by your question. You have not checked the list lately because pretty much every other class and expansion of Tor is already on the list. Not funded, of course, but it's there. Okay, so... Okay, I think it wants me to go up first. Whatever. Pika asks, what kind of time travel is MM? I'm going to assume you mean Majora's Mask by that. So, no, it's a good question. It's just, it strays a little bit more towards polemic than I usually like to be comfortable with. How do I... If you are referring to Majora's Mask is actually kind of a fun one because it is a very typical example of Type 2 time travel. AKA, there's one timeline. It is mutable, it is alterable and changeable. But at the end of Majora's Mask, the goddess of time herself gets involved. Oh, here we go. And she sort of throws that out the window because she's the goddess of time and she can do that. I'm trying to knock loose. God. Oh, I gotta hurry. I gotta hurry. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Hurry, 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 hurry. No, I've already missed it. Jeez Louise. Can I push it down? I can, kind of. Only a little bit. And hey, see, I'm caught up in questions. The QA bot is working. Zaluk, hey, I really, really don't want to bother you, but I have an unusual bug that I actually think I know what's causing it, and I was wondering if you could just figure that out super quick. If you can't, if you don't have time, don't worry about it. It's not the end of the world. That was fast. Was it what I thought it was? Was there just an errant enter in the output line somewhere? Shove, 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 shove. I like to think that, like a thwomp, I'm actively putting effort into it going down. You know, just shove. Shove. Okay, okay. Let's see if we can make it in time. Nope, nope, nope. Keep going down. Okay, shove. Okay, run. No, no. Ugh, Jesus. Okay. Almost didn't make that. Okay. Shoot! Okay. I apparently suck when I'm not looking at the screen. I figured I was safe to look over and see the next question from Ect. He says, how would each type of time travel deal with the grandfather paradox? So, in Type 1 time travel, Hitler wasn't killed, therefore you failed. That's really all that boils down to. Or Hitler was killed at the time and you were the source of his death. In other words, whatever happened was exactly what happened, right? That's how Type 1 works. In Type 2 time travel, there are two possibilities, because there's actually a proviso, because of course it's complicated. So proviso number one is what we like to call the Time Traveler's Exemption Clause. I've talked about this many times before, but in the off chance you've never heard me talk about it, the Time Traveler's Exemption Clause means the person time traveling is immune to the time travel. Ergo, you go back, you kill Hitler, time has been changed, everything's altered, you are exactly the same. Now, there's actually another proviso to that, which I even mentioned in the Back to the Future 2 rumination, but it boils down to what happens to you and previous you as a direct consequence of that, and there's a couple of possible answers to that one, but the long and the short of it is, in Type 2 time travel, you change history, Hitler's dead. In Type 3 time travel, and this is why I don't like this one, you killed Hitler, congrats, you have created a new timeline in which Hitler is dead. You haven't changed anything, you haven't done anything, your timeline still exists, and is now absent you because you have left your timeline, congratulations. You just vanished one day and will never be seen or heard from again. But you come back to the new timeline, which is now a completely separate timeline that was crafted by you as a result of the alteration therein. You'll notice, by the way, that that's fair to quote it. Type 3 time travel has, in fact, time travel's clause built into it, because you can't be affected by changes to the time travel, because nothing is affected by changes to the timeline. You're just crafting new timelines, which are completely separate and segregated from you. So, no need to even have the time traveler's exemption clause. Interesting. No, Mockingbirds. Well, I'm not going to actually answer that question in full. First of all, because you didn't put the Q. But second of all, and more importantly, there's a real reason here. Because we'll talk about that during the lore run. That's also arguably spoilers. Gross. Oh, gross. So gross. Decided I don't like this game because it has crawling things. Die! Die, monster! Die! Well, there's another side of that, though, Zilla, because it goes both ways. So, for example, let's say I have a child who will be unaffected by my changes in the timeline. Cool. The catch is, though, of course, you don't improve anything for your child, because they are unaffected by the change in the timeline. Oh, right, down here. I'm leaning towards bug, based on how they're sounding, but, you know. Anyway, so. And, oh god, these enters. I've got like a page and a half of spacing here, Zilla. This is great. Let's delete some things. Oh my god. Hang on. Let's delete a bunch of these things. I'm gonna have to, during the lunch break, I'm gonna have to update that to get rid of that bug. That's incredible. Mockingburn says, I know you don't answer questions about my political stance. You know, honestly, I'm not even sure I have a political stance. You could probably guess my political stances if you actually watch any of my polemic streams. But anyways, would you be willing to answer a question about your political stance in general? I don't know until you ask. Leaning towards no, but by all means ask. I won't know until you ask. Yay! We got enough connector things. I believe it's a survivalist thing. It is also possible that it's literally my brain is wired wrong at Poet's Madness, which wouldn't surprise me because I am literally crazy. Gum Gum says, what are your thoughts, qualms about settings that are lawful neutral? Can you name for me a setting that is lawful neutral? Do I think Elden Ring will be awesome, or it'll end up like Cyberpunk? That's an interesting question, since Cyberpunk was awesome on the story axis. And my score represents that, and frankly, I stand by that score. For those of you who don't remember, Cyberpunk scored like plus 50 or something on the story axis, and like -2 on the gameplay axis, and that about summarizes my opinion there. But either way, I have no idea how Elden Ring's going to turn out. I don't even have the beginnings of expectations there. Scroll down. Oh my gosh. Let me delete some previous questions. Growing pains, growing pains. I think Zalok has already fixed it, Pestinor, but thank you. Somewhere in between those two extremes. That makes so much sense! Crazy Norse. Wait, that's not Crazy Norse, it's Melkor! Oh god! I'm even imagining fictional people now. It's always a lie. Ect asks, based on how much I dislike Type 3 time travel, I assume I dislike the concept of the multiverse. Not necessarily. So the problem here is that the word multiverse actually refers to like 5 different distinct narrative concepts. They're all called the multiverse because English. So let's go down the list a little, shall we? We've got the infinite multiverse. I hate that. That's stupid and awful and terrible. There's a lot of reasons why that's stupid and awful and terrible, but the bottom line is that it is, in my opinion, actively the antithesis of good writing. It is quite literally the grab bag of infinite don't have to care for the writers, because they can literally write anything that they want to whatsoever, and it doesn't matter, because it's all valid, because it's infinite. Because when you have to understand, it's actually infinite multiplied by infinite, which you might say, well, that doesn't make sense. But no, I mean, what I mean by that is an infinite amount of variables are happening at every variable interaction. It is quite literally infinity squared. Once you do that, you have introduced the possibility of an alligator Loki, for example. And that sounds like a joke, but it really isn't. Oh, duh. I know the answer to this. Maybe? Oh, maybe not. Yeah, it's a factor of infinites. So the point there is that I don't care for that. I don't like that. That's true in Star Trek, canon Star Trek, and that's true in the MCU, to use 2 examples of that. It's also worth noting a lot of fiction likes to use that exactly in the manner I just mentioned, aka write whatever, who cares. Whether that turns out to be a good thing or a bad thing is up to the individual episode. Because, again, the Loki show is apparently quite good. I haven't seen it myself. And the episode Parallels in TNG is pretty legit. Then you've got the multiverse, in which there are multiple timelines going at the same time, which is a very vague statement because it can mean a whole lot of different things. I actually can't backtrack. That's interesting. So in other words, so let's ignore Star Trek's infinite thing for a second, and let's go back to... Oh, I see it. I did not even see that. God. My eyes are apparently even worse than I thought. Excuse me. So, whoa, that's interesting. So, for example, we've got the Prime timeline, the Kelvin timeline, and the Mirror Universe. That's 3 distinct timelines that exist within Star Trek's canon, regardless of the infinite parallel thing, right? Ergo, honestly, that's fine. Hey, Sprays a Snake. You know, there's nothing really wrong with that, per se. I admit I'm not a huge fan of it, but I'm also not against it as the aforementioned. Oh, that's still not enough. Wow. Because the thing is, on the plus side, it allows you to branch out. That's the positive of that. It allows you to do other random things with your setting, because you can effectively do an Elseworlds at that point without actually doing anything non-canonizing it. The downside with that is when those tend to interact with each other, when the multiple dimensions tend to start bleeding over at each other, at which point it's just another place you can go to. That historically has caused some issues when it comes to writing. Again, I point to the comics of both DC and Marvel as a very good example of times when that has been taken a wee bit too far. Now we're going to go ahead and do this. That is the flip side to Quota, and that is kind of its own little caveat there. I mean, you could do an Elseworld story, but unless it's either A, is really, really good, and, you know, B, it's got some other thing going for it, nobody's going to really watch or read or care about it. So let me use a specific example here. Superman All-Stars is often considered to be one of the best Superman comics of all time. That's not just me saying that, that's a common consensus kind of a thing. I do personally think that's one of my favorite Superman stories. Probably not my favorite, but it's up there, definitely, right? The reason I'm mentioning that, though, is because, for those of you not aware, Superman All-Stars is an Elseworld story. It has no continuity and no canon to anything other than itself. Now, that one got lucky, right? That's one of those situations where it actually happened into such popularity and such renown that people cared about it, even though it was an Elseworlds. But by and large, the overwhelming majority of Elseworlds stories tend to just kind of go off and do their own thing. And, well, let's just say that there's a reason most people haven't even heard of half the Elseworlds stories out there. So someone was asking me to change it to blue. I think it was Knock Loose. I guess that's actually green, but you know what? Whatever. We have bugs, now we have plants. I can answer that one right now, Mockingbird. Just scroll down to the bottom of the sheet, assuming your name isn't already there. I guess I could double check that. Is your name there? Under the M's. It is not. So yeah, just scroll down to the end of the sheet and just add in a space like where I currently have selected at the end and just put Mockingbirds, and then the second column is your guess, and the third column is what game you want to put it towards. I alphabetize those after every game to slot new people into the proper order. So hang on. So now, oh my god, these spaces. Scroll down. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Oh my god, this is 97 pages long. This has added 97 pages worth of spaces. Yep, we're give me a minute here. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Okay, I might have missed some in deleting 90 pages of spacing. We're down to 13 pages. Ect asks, do I have a problem with snakes? Nah, snakes are cool. Scroll down another 10 pages here. Hang on. Nithrius asks, do we have any Discord mods we can extend an invite? I don't know. Any mods on? Yeah, he fixed it, but I would have to go do a whole thing to do that, and that's just going to take forever. Hang on. Give me a minute. Let me sort this out just a little bit. It's still spacing it. As I'm deleting them, it's adding spaces. Look, this is hysterical. Like, as I'm deleting some of this stuff. Everyone stop questioning for just a second, because this is getting a little overwhelming. Not in terms of the questions, in terms of the bug. That's the problem we're having here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy all the existing questions so I don't lose any. I'll just dump them into a text file really quick. Just make a new text file here. There, new text file. I'm just going to dump it there. And then we're going to delete everything. Just going to let that sit for a minute. Okay. It was 90 pages of nothing. Hey, look, green and red. Ooh, color. So red was obviously anger. I don't think green is. Unless it's following the typical order, in which case, never mind. Yeah, I need to talk to the Omnissiah, I think. Do we have... Hey! Hey, Javin. Don't worry, next one's the Cyber Shadow, I think. Whenever we finish this. Well, then I couldn't read them, Hazardous. They would be lost forever. Except they would have shown up when I was highlighting them. So, never mind, I actually would have seen that. So, Monkey Burns asks, what's my general opinion about socialism? Pass. In all in total honesty, that is such a complex question. Because there's no such thing as socialism any more than there's such a thing as capitalism. We have to get down to definitions, sub-definitions, and micro-versions of existing things. It's like saying, what do I think about RPGs, to use a very neutral video gaming example of your question. So you effectively just asked me, Laura, what's your general opinion about RPGs? That's, yeah, that's all over the place. And that's kind of the problem with that. Me too, Walker. I'm looking forward to that one. Blind Leap of Faith, because we can't die. No suicide today. Until we play Cyber Shadow, then we'll suicide. Zach Teff says, what do I think of Jeff Schnein's take on Captain America? I have absolutely no idea. Don't even know who that is. I know, right, Crazy Norse? Isn't that always the way? Gum Gum says, how long does Extent's FTL jumps take you? You know, I actually did figure out the specific numbers. I just can't answer you right now because I don't know it off the top of my head. Check it out. We've actually got foliage and plant life and everything. We've got animals. Holy crap. Actually, those might be more plants instead of bugs. We've gone up from bugs to plants. You know what? I'll take it. Crush them, but I'll take it. But what happens in my thing is you enter you enter side space and then you move through side space. It doesn't take you super long though. I was actually thinking about that. The problem is, from a purely narrative perspective, the longer you make your FTL take, the more obstacles you add to your storytelling. And the more you make it so that is actually a really cool effect. The more you make it so that stories effectively can't interact with each other on a timeline. Let me put it to you in a very, very simple way. Let's say we're watching Deep Space Nine, and Deep Space Nine is way out there. That's why it's called Deep Space Nine. Per their actual rules of FTL that do exist in Star Trek, their nearest ship should be weeks away. Weeks. And so anything that happens that's an urgency, well, sucks to be them because help's not going to get here for a portion of a month, right? Now, they skip over that all the time because Star Trek says to hell with continuity, but you get the problem. So I decided to go ahead and make FTL travel pretty fast. Now, I had to solve another problem there, and I had to make, and we've actually talked about this before, I had to make FTL travel not a tactical tool and retain it as a strategic tool. But that just involved changing how the actual entering and exiting of side space works, and that was pretty easy to do. Just took some thought and work. Yeah, I was thinking about green. Like, what's a negative emotion that works for green? Other than nausea. What's this going to do? I'm going to see what happens here. Okay, it just shoves me off. Interesting. So we actually have had... So what we're doing in the Star Trek rewrite is we're kind of changing how warp travel works in general. There's actually two types of FTL. It's the simplest way to phrase that in the Trek rewrite. One of which is substantially, honorously faster than the other one. And we've just divided that into warp and transwarp. So transwarp is going to be Star Wars levels of speed. Cross the galaxy in a month. The whole galaxy in about a month. Regular warp is basically Star Trek's actual warp speed, which, in terms of most fiction and sci-fi, is actually sluggishly slow. This is cool. I like this section. I like the platforming in general. I'm not sure I'm going to give, like, individual level pluses, but I think the platforming has actually been pretty good. So, hang on. What kind of time travel is Kingdom Hearts? Oh, God. Okay, so not counting Kingdom Hearts 3, which threw the time travel rules out the window because it's stupid. Kingdom Hearts is fully Type 1 time travel. Kind of. Now, I say kind of because there's an interesting caveat. So I talk about Type 1 time travel, and I talk about Type 2 time travel. But those are from the perspective of the third-person omniscient. If you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. But I suppose I should actually explain that. What that means is from the perspective of someone who is totally omniscient, in third-person perspective, and can see everything removed from a fiction, you could tell the difference between Type 1 and Type 2. However, if you were to Type 2 in such a manner as to that no difference was noticed in the timeline, Type 2 can look like Type 1. Let me use a dumb example. Let's say I warp back 20 years, go find a rock and throw it that way. Then I come back to my timeline. Nothing's changed, nothing's happened, the rock didn't affect anything, everything looks exactly the same. So I could, from my perspective, from the observer's perspective, I could assume that... That's weird. What? I just got kicked out of the bot, Zillow, just from sitting here. Invalid grant, bad request? OAuth 2 client, token refresh error, invalid grant, bad request. Cool. So in other words, from my perspective, I know that's a dumb example, but from my perspective, I could easily argue that what exists is type 1 time travel, even though I did change the timeline, but I just changed it in a way that nobody could really tell I changed it. Now, if you're paying attention, some fiction plays with what I just talked about. It does type 2 time travel, but there's like a time police, or the people doing the time travel are very, very careful about how they do it in order to affect what looks like type 1 time travel. Hey, it's an apple! Delicious apples. That's a good question, Mike Romano, but it never happened. You're saying a what if, but I'm saying a what is. You see my point? Yeah, the Yoko blocks, what are they called? Hang on, so... Here is the full error. And as soon as this happened, it actually canceled the script. It stopped the script and dumped me back into the command line. Just give me a second. I'm going to go and paste this to you in Discord. And I think we'll go ahead and just kind of exit out of that. I mean, the bot's not working right now anyways. So, yeah, it's also possible that the 97 spaces problem was just having issues. I get your meeting, Makamano, but my point remains firm. I should be able to start right back up. Yeah, but... So we're going to leave the bot down for right now while we work out some of these kinks. But I do have some of the questions which were already added right here. So. Oh, you looked for S instead of T. Yeah, no, I listed as Tor. There's a reason I call it Tor, not Swator. Swator is a dumb name. Anyways. Are there any Jedi NPCs I'm a fan of? Other than the dude in Sith Warrior? Because he's awesome. I can't think of his name, of course, but he's an awesome dude. I also like Jaisa. She's pretty cool. Until she joins the party. Why are you following me? I do not have any apples for you. Thank you, Scruffy Looking, very much, as always. And by always, I mean that's apparently your first sub, but thank you very much. If you know what you'd like to put that towards for increasing priority, please let me know. And I shall jot it down. I gotta go way down in my notes here, because I have a bunch of FF14 notes. But I still have the donations right there. So X says, well, do you like crossovers? I mean, they can be fun. It's fun to think about what would happen if X beats Y. It's an interesting creative challenge. But in my opinion and experience, most actual, real/official crossover stories don't do anything with them. It's just, a marketing grab, effectively. And so in those cases, no. I tend to not like crossover stories. Like, you remember when the X-Men crossed over with Star Trek? Also, do you remember when the X-Men crossed over with the other Star Trek? Okay, I see it. That's happened twice. Once with TOS, once with TNG, if you're wondering. The TNG one was terrible. The TOS one was not good. I guess we could get these ones down while we're here. There you go. Have an apple. Go ahead, eat up, buddy. See, now I'm challenged. Now I'm trying to think of a crossover that was actually good that isn't Smash Brothers Brawl. Specifically Brawl. Go up here. Oh man, those were the days. And by those were the days, I mean I hated those days and I hope I never go back to them. You're welcome, little thing. Yeah, Dissidia is actually another good example of a decent crossover. But, of course, Dissidia is a crossover within itself. But that counts, you know. I'm with it. Battletoads and Double Dragon is not a good game. Either of them. There's a SNES one and an NES one. Now, Nithrius, he's a good game. Apple. God, you are hungry. How many apples have you eaten in the last few minutes? My first Pokemon? Do you mean the individual Mon, or do you mean the first game? Because my first game was Pokemon. Although I couldn't tell you which edition. I'd have to think about that. Come on up. Up here. There you go. And up here. There you go. Interesting. Oh, I got... Right, I have now. You're right, I have a Pokemon. He's even following me around. And using cut on things, metaphorically speaking. Are those still going through? Is Nithria still bombing me with stuff? I think they all stopped. I think we're done. I think we're good. Hang on. Thank you, Nithrius, very, very much. Always and ever. And I'll put all of that towards Spell Seal, etc. Give me a minute. Yep. Brickamon. I like it. So Mockingbird says, how do I put my... Oh, I actually already answered that. X says, do I have special meaning assigned to a color? Oh, yeah, absolutely. See, I didn't play the SNES one that much, Blowhawk, so maybe that's part of... So, because the NES one, I don't know how you're aware, the NES one is extremely buggy, and I do mean, like, really, really, really buggy. Like, crashing the game, soft locking the game levels of buggy. So that's where a lot of that's coming from. Oh no, we lost our person. Oh, come back. Plant bomb. Oh well. But anyway, so special assignments to colors. So I do tend to follow a bit of a... Oh, hello. That's interesting. The purple is up top. I'll make you a deal, Blowfelix. I'll stop making vague statements if you stop all-capsing me every time you talk to me. So we've got purple up top. That means it's really, really good. Damn it! Of course, whatever. Oh, okay, I can go swap back up here. Then we've got... purple. I do tend to follow the color thing. Purple is best. It's purple, red, orange, yellow, gray, green, blue, and then, you know, black at the very bottom. Can you help me through here, little guy? Nope. Okay, just thought I'd ask. That's whatever. Other than that, I don't really have any specific color associations. You know, I like black and white, but I mean, everybody knows that. Well, we've lost our dude. Never mind. Because I like purple. It's a good color. So, Do I enjoy games that deal heavily with philosophy? No, I actually despise works that deal heavily with philosophy. I know you're not a fan of Nier and Xenogears, or is it just those specific games? So I have my own issues with Xenogears, but I've also never reviewed Xenogears. But I also happen to not have been a fan of Nier. Although, actually, of the Niers, I'd say Nier itself, as in the first Nier game, is probably the least philosophical of the Niers, based on my own experiences of playing them. It's also worth noting that I haven't actually played Drakengard 3, so I'm not sure if that one's better or worse or anything. I've never actually played that one. Nier Automata was an enjoyable game, and not nearly as nonsensical, no pun intended, as some of its predecessors. Oh my god. Yeah, Drakengard 1. I've re-looked at that review a couple of times, and I just stand by that score completely. I mean, it's post-Oblivion line, that's how that's supposed to work. But, yeah. Meanwhile, I'm getting sub-bombed again for some reason. I feel a I'm going to fall a lot section coming up here. That's a vibe I'm getting. That's true. If everyone gets subbed, I will no longer be able to be sub-bombed. Okay, never mind. It's going to be a lot easier than I thought it was. We're cool. We're cool. We're cool. It's controlled by me. Check it out. So that's actually awesome instead of falling a lot. So I think all of them went through. Thank you, Scruffy Looking, very, very much. Very much. I do hope you've enjoyed the last 10, 11 years of this. God, I've been doing this for 11 years as of this year. That's a weird thought. The bot is actually not working right now. The bot was working just fine, and then it was having issues. Two issues. We've actually had two. We've already discovered 2 new bugs. Software development, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah. So. I know, right, John? I was just thinking about that, because you're right, I do have the reflex of jumping while moving. It's a very common reflex for a very... It's actually there for a good reason, too, not just because it's a habit. If you want to put all of that towards something scruffy looking, please let me know. But, for real, thank you very, very, very much for all that support. I do appreciate it, thank you. I do hope you've enjoyed, even though I am me and I'm terrible. I don't know what else to add to that. It's okay, I'm actually in a decent mood. I got to spend a lot of time with my adorable niece yesterday. That's always awesome. So that's, this much. I have to think about that. Hi, Trihexia. 11 years of lore. There we go. I think that's a good summary of the last 11 years. I mean, definitely a net positive situation, but yikes. Some interesting things have happened. The worst thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life happened in the last 11 years. We didn't do any yard work. It's too cold right now. So, whoa! I don't know why I missed that. Yes, it is actually already on the queue, A Poet's Midness. Did you know you can go to the website? And if you type, you can also type an exclamation mark Q into the chat right now. The word Q, that's going to get confusing. You can type an exclamation mark next into the chat. And that will actually get you a link to the upcoming page. And that will give you an idea of what we're playing. And you will notice that Mass Effect is on that. I'm stupid. I've also missed a bunch of questions because the bot is suddenly not working. I do appreciate you all using the format. I really do. That it is something I want to enforce as a habit. It's just the bot isn't working right now. So I've probably missed several questions. So if I missed a question, that's why. Speaking of which, someone asked something there. Oh, I could see the similarities to Samurai Jack. And of course, Journey. Everyone mentions the Journey parallel. I guess I have to go up that way now. Yeah, no kidding. That's just so. Someone asked a question. It was just there it is. Do I have a problem with philosophy in general, or is it just how it's conveyed? So I myself am what I would probably consider a fairly philosophical person. Let me use an example rather than just speaking in generics. Let's assume for a moment that you have the opportunity to do something good for someone else. No one will ever know. No one will ever be aware of it. You'll never get any accolade. You'll never get any positivity from it. You'll never get any reward from it ever. So the philosophy on this question is not, do you do it or not? That actually doesn't matter. The philosophy in this question is, does altruism exist? In other words, are you doing it for your own selfish reasons, or are you doing it because you legitimately want to add positivity to someone else? Do you want to net export? Right? So that's philosophy. That is an actual philosophical question. What you are alone in the dark. Exactly, Dr. Winters. So I actually tend to think about that kind of stuff all the damn time, because it's me. But yeah, then there's the, I don't want to use the word nonsense, but I don't actually have a better word here. There is a degree of philosophy which just drifts way off course into just la-la land. And that usually tends to not be my thing. That's been true since high school in my case specifically. Because I actually took some classes on philosophy, and while we covered some interesting stuff, we also covered some stuff as well. So that's where some of that comes from. So that's my thoughts on that, and that's why that kind of works out. See, that's a very good question, Nockless. That is an actual philosophical question. Does altruism matter? That's another actual legitimate philosophical question. If good is done, does it matter? I think it does personally, but that's an opinion. That's not a statement of fact. That's not anything. It's just, yeah, no, of course it does. But either way, that's where that kind of comes from, and that's my general mentality. I will also admit I'm the wrong person to ask these kind of things in general. I'm a very grounded, very pragmatic, very numbers kind of a person. My mind is very orderly. You know, I am of the very strong opinion that everything makes sense as long as you understand it properly kind of mentality, you know. So, I'm probably the wrong person to ask, let's call it soft science stuff in general. It's one of the reasons I tend to call myself not creative, because though I can envision and build what I mentally think of as architectural stuff, if you want me to just paint and just come up with a beautiful painting, that's just not my wheelhouse, you know. Aw, I'm gonna have to do a double there. Anyways, I probably missed other questions. That makes the bot not working. Oh, it actually is up top. My bad. No, that is probably why I'm good at both legal stuff and economic stuff and business stuff and management stuff, because that's just how my brain works. It's not a brag, it's just different, you know? I look at some people who are truly creative type, what I would consider creative types, and I'm just envious of the fact that they can just make something like this. Like what we're seeing on the screen now, I could never paint this. It's too freeform for me. It's too... I mean, it's pretty. There's no negativity here. That's not any kind of a dig. It's just, I couldn't come up with something like this off the top of my head. I would have to look at this and think, okay, so I want a tree, and I want this structure for the trees, and I want this kind of platforming. Like, I could design this section from a level design perspective, from a game perspective. I could absolutely design something like this, because this is, as Javan pointed out earlier, this is a you control the failure design to platforming, which I'm actually a very big fan of in general. But just drawing or painting or watercoloring, I can't do that. My brain doesn't work that way. Probably a better example than the background is actually her, but she's really tiny right now, so whatever. Come on, I've got 2 now. Don't I? Did I not get the other one? Music is all math to me. Music is equations that balance themselves out. That's how I see music. Savacom can actually attest to this as well, because I've literally done a tutorial video for her in how I do my chordance mixes, and I've talked to her about how I can see the patterns in the waveform, and that's how I look at stuff, and that's how I design stuff. This looks like this is this, and this goes here, and this needs to be here, and this is going to balance off if I go in this direction, and so forth and so on. It's all math. It's a shame Huthor isn't here. He'd be going, ah! I agree. I do think music is math, but, I can't just do freeform jazz or whatever, But yeah, put it differently. There's a difference between tassing and speedrunning, to use the old example. Did I? No, I got both of them. I'm just confused now. Whatever, I guess we have to go to the right now. Whatever. To explain that analogy a little bit. Whoops. An architect is obviously a creative type, and I would never dare say otherwise, right? Someone who can design a building and make it work and make it function and make it look pretty, that's obviously an artistic work, and to say otherwise would be silly. But there's a very big difference between an architect designing a building and a painter painting something that might be intended to be a building, if I'm explaining that anywhere approaching reality at all or not. There's just different approaches to how that kind of thing is styled and designed. I'm on the architecture side of things. I'm the engineer on that equation. I can't remember if we came from down or up. I feel like we can from up. Well, yeah, exactly. The painter doesn't have to worry about physics or utility. They don't have to worry about how it's going to function in addition to how it's going to look. And that's, again, this isn't one side is better than the other. That's absolutely not the intention here. It's just, it's 2 different styles of thinking. How many video games have we played where there's like some gear we move up here? We were just playing this with Tex Murphy. There's some gear up here and it makes this other thing rotate. And I talked about that during the Tex Murphy run. I said, all I think about every time I see that is, what kind of mechanism is connecting this gear to this thing over here to make it move, to make this puzzle work? Oh, thank you. Please don't eat me. Various things. I don't think they're going to eat me. We're cool. We're cool. Not going to be eaten. Is this a backtrack scenario? Hang on. Let's check something here. Let's be... Yep. Okay. What's the thing I hate most about rom-coms? Justified infidelity is something I'm not really a fan of. But if I had to pick one thing... Now, this obviously doesn't apply to all romantic comedies, but there are quite a few romantic comedies where the protagonists are portrayed in a way as which they're supposed to be considered good, but they're totally not, right? Like, they're just horrible people. But the show or the movie tries to paint them in a positive light. Oh, we just straight up have a double jump. Listen, Jeff. So, okay, this is an extremely minor spoiler, but how many of you have played It Takes Two? It's a co-op game that came out semi-recently. It's actually a really great game that I highly recommend you play if you haven't. But it is mandatory co-op. I just finished it like 2 days ago. I was playing it with PAX. Whoops. Oh, I have a hover, too. Check it out. Now, that game is legit. on the gameplay axis. That game is going to have so many gameplay positives if I ever actually somehow figure out a way to review it. But I think the story will be net negative. Because... I mean, it looks very blue, Hazardous. But I don't know, other than that. I don't know names. I mean, yeah, the book and... I'm sorry. Yeah, the two main characters, the parents, are horrible people. They are horrible, horrible human beings. Never mind how bad of parents they are, which they are also separately from that, bad parents. And the whole time, like, you can ask Pax about this, I was just yelling at them for half the game. Like, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Oh my god! And yeah, the elephant's probably the apex of that, but there's several examples of that throughout the whole game. It's just, wow! And I'm not going to get into spoiler territory. I'm not going to go past, you know, my initial complaints. It's just, holy schmoly. And yet, the game portrays the two of them as the main protagonists, and of course, that, you know, it's, everything's great. Anyways, Cashel, sorry, you asked a very valid question. That's who it was. I think it was you. You asked me, what is the Oblivion line? So the Oblivion line is my way of explaining the current method of reviewing. I could go down the list of what the current method of reviewing is, but you get it. That, you know what, that doesn't surprise me, Hazardous, but I will admit I would not have guessed that. So, oh my god, Nautilus, I bet I wasn't happy about that situation. I do think it's actually a flaw in the story, because the game portrays them as, in a positive light, as the protagonists, and they win in the end, if that makes any sense. At no point do they have to face any kind of consequence or judgment for being horrible people, and, separately, being horrible parents. And that's exactly going back to the rom-com thing I was talking about. Now, obviously, not everything is like that, but you get the idea, right? It's just frustrating to see that kind of thing effectively rewarded in fiction, regardless of the medium. I think we're going to have to go over here. Anyways, so... maybe... there we go. Yep, okay. That's how that works. Maybe Easel, I don't know. Give me a sec, Justin. Don't let me forget that one. I want to answer Cashel's question first. Oh yeah, Dr. Hakim is actually a terrible psychologist. I agree with that. Also, side note, I kind of would have rathered that they weren't human. That's just semi-unrelated. I just wanted to comment on it. Yeah, if the game had been approaching the idea that they were horrible people that needed to grow and better themselves, which is what I thought it was doing, that would have been fine, but it's not, and it doesn't. Nope, can't land there. I mean, I'm not going to argue that, Javin. Anyways, let me answer Cashel's freaking question. So, the current method... hey, there we go. Oh, come on! The current method of reviewing that we do, we started with Oblivion. We came back to Oblivion after a bit of a record cycle, and that's when we officially started using the current method of how we do pluses, minuses, what we consider what, the audit sheet, you know, all this kind of stuff that we have codified and we currently use. All of that started with Oblivion. That was the first game that used that system. So that's the Oblivion line. Everything reviewed after Oblivion has been reviewed in the current system. So like Trails in the Sky 1, or Shovel Knight, or any of those stuff like that. All of that was before that line, and so for all intents and purposes, those reviews are now invalid because they were using a different system. That's just kind of how that works. Let's go up first. I feel like I should go on right first, but whatever. Yeah, it's been a little over a year at this point. I think we're actually approaching 2 years, sorry. But that's the long and the short of it. So everything after the Oblivion line is obviously valid because we have used the same review system for all those games. And the hope is to not change the review system again, because this is not the first time we've changed our review system. In fact, it's more like the fifth. Is there a breakable over there? Oh, I see it, I see it. Yeah, let's see what that is. But yeah, that means everything before the Oblivion line, like the aforementioned Trails in the Sky 1, is valid for audit running. Now, unfortunately, that also means the entire FF series is valid for audit running, but I shouldn't say unfortunately. I don't think it's a bad thing, but I do worry every now and again, because I do have people who like to say that I just come up with some random excuse to stream Final Fantasy every year, which is not true. And you know me, I tend to get irritable when people accuse me of things that aren't true. It's weird, I know, but there it is. Okay, so hang on, let's scroll up a little bit. So Gum Gum asked, oh wait, no, Justin asked a question, which I've already forgotten. So I'm going to go to Gum Gum's question before it goes off the screen. How do you know something is magic or something that's really impossible right now? I suppose just general logic and application of thought with regards to how the setting works would be my answer to that. I mean, FF14 wasn't even on the list until it was proven to be a feasible format by Tor, so... And I'd rather review WoW, to be completely honest with you. So don't give me that one, Rex. When I rate a game, do I lean towards more gameplay or story? Neither. If I had to pick one, then flip a coin, because they are equally important to me. And that is the point. One of the things that goes into the golden number is how close the gameplay and story scores are to each other, what I call the word that involves how far things are from each other. Oh my god, I can't even think of what it's called. It's actually got its own variable in the spreadsheet. I can't think of the word. What's the word? Spread! The spread. And that's important. That is actually part of it, because a game that is a very good story but not a great gameplay, well, that's going to get dinged for that, because of the fact that it doesn't have that good of a spread. Yeah, I think we'll go up. Come on. Oh, this is interesting. This is terrifying in its own way. Just gonna go with it. Just gonna go with it. This is interesting. Sorry, I missed a question in there. This is why I had the bot. Yeah, no, we've got a dress up. We've actually got like an underdress and like a cloak thing, which is actually pretty cool looking. But anyways, so what do I think is worse? A game with great gameplay but crap story, or a game with crap gameplay but great story? Well, ironically, that is actually... I feel like I've technically already answered that. Because they are equally bad. I think that... I've actually already done that, Ash. Although, if you mean doing another one, well, I couldn't do that until I filled up the list more. Because right now, that would just be like Mega Man and a few other games at the top. But yeah, no, I feel like both are equally bad and equally good. As I said before, I value both story and gameplay equally. Okay. That's terrifying. Yep, no. Noping out of that nonsense. Oh god, is that what these bats have been the whole game? Oh god, it is. Oh jeez. We actually freed these things earlier if you were paying attention. I love the way it looks when it's screaming. Not even. Witcher 3 was before the Oblivion line, I'm afraid. And any review of that game would have to be with cheats on, so... it's gonna affect things, obviously. I'm feeling a music plus. What are we thinking here? I mean, it's going to be through the roof, Bluff Alex, especially with the current system. We weren't giving out multiple positives, really, back then. For, you know, really good stuff. Or negatives, for that matter. But applies equally. Ooh, okay. A little early, apparently. Damn it. It's not a hard cap, but yes, Michael Javier. Scream again. There you go. They really like to zoom the camera out of this game, don't they? Hypothetically, yes, Walker. The example I like to use is music, although I don't think we've had any examples of that, but it's what... Well, level design is actually a better example. So level design, you know, a game could get 3 positives for having good level design. But what if there's one level that's really good? Well, then that level would get its own completely separate positive. Well, what if there's a level that's really bad? Well, then that level would get its own separate negative, and blah, 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 blah. In an utterly impossible situation, but hypothetically, you could have a game where every level is 3 positives to level design, for example. I can't think of such a game actually existing, but that is a hypothetical possibility. You know what? Actually, Dishonored 2 might qualify. That's a pretty good example. Tropical Freeze is another example of a game that has fantastic level design, just some of the best. Ooh, you are... Oh, you just warp back and forth, don't you? Look at that. Okay. Okay. I have no idea, Act. Probably 2. If you put a gun to my head. Amused by the parallels to this thing and the symbiote, which, if you're not aware, is actually weak to sound, or certain aspects of sound, rather. Certain specific sounds, certain frequencies of sound, whatever. You get the idea. Yeah, I mean, it's totally got the Venom thing, right? And we literally just beat it with bells. Resonance, that's a much better word, thank you. But now we actually have blue. My bad. Earlier it was green. This is actually blue. And now it's raining. Let's jot down visual storytelling, because there's a lot of that going on. That also qualify under animation. I have a feeling this one's going to lean on the positive side of... Or, sorry. This is going to lean on the story axis more than the gameplay axis. It's going to lean on the positive axis. Or wake up. Yeah, no, the bell section I think absolutely deserves a positive. That was just legit. So, regarding Octopath, sorry, I didn't want to comment in the middle of the boss battle, but what I've actually thought of several times is if I would allow Octopath or not at run. Not because, you know, I'm petty or whatever, but because I just want to play that game again. But more to the point, I'm curious, under such a... The main thing that would lead me towards acknowledging it, or accepting it, is I'm curious if the score would go up or down. It would actually go down under the current system. I'm not sure, though. You know, I wasn't sure about Mega Man 7 when we audited that, and that one went up by a substantial amount, actually. So, I wouldn't want to, Ash. Like, I feel bad about the Octopath thing with regards to Blue of Alex, but I really did think Octopath Traveler was overall a net negative game. I stand by that opinion. I feel it was a great concept that has some cool mechanics and gimmicks in it, but is just... Well, later on this week, we'll be talking about Final Fantasy XIV 1.0. And one of the things I'm going to bring up during that discussion is I'm going to bring up how there was a bad idea, and then there was a bad idea. And these are both bad, but the problem is these systems interlocked. We've talked a lot about how good systems can interlock and make even better stuff, right? And how that's, you know, that's a thing that works, right? Like, that's how that should work, is you have multiple buffing? God, I can't think of any words today. Multiple interlocking systems that magnify the quality of each other. But it also works in reverse. Bad systems can interlock too. And good systems can interlock with bad and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, the synergy. The synergy is exactly what I'm talking about. So, and yeah, we could play Octopath on the PC now, so it wouldn't literally give me a headache. Remember, that's not a joke. That's not like a, you know, a memeing. Oh, this game. No, the game functionally, physically gave me a headache because of how badly it used the depth of field. So, because yeah, if we were to do it, we'd play the PC version, and you could just turn that off in the PC version because it's just a straight up toggle. So, you get the idea. I don't know. But Octopath, getting back to my point, had a lot of systems that interlocked in a bad way and actually made the game overall worse than it otherwise would have been. And I stand by that opinion. I do. I'm really curious if triangle strategy is going to bypass that problem. Hey, water. I mean, it's raining. So, you asked a question about StarCraft. Do I think StarCraft's over because the writers think it's over? No! Of course not. This is an interesting mechanic. I mean, those options are possible on console. Let's just make that very, very clear. People who are smarter than me, like Java or Plutonic, could tell you how easy it is to add something like that. Because it's just Unreal, I think? It's Unreal or the other common option, Unity. I forget which one it is. But either way, Octopath is one of the common engines. So it literally is just an INI edit. All you have to do is change it. It's Unreal, thank you. All you have to do is change the INI to turn off depth of field. Done. That's it. That's all that's required. You know? Whoops. Oh, that's cool. Can we swim? We cannot, but I like the audio dip there. Yeah, nowadays what I would probably do, and I mean this sincerely, is I would probably give 6 negatives to the grind overall for Octopath as opposed to 11. And I could talk that out. So it would be 2 negatives, 2 negatives, 2 negatives for 3 separate systems that do the aforementioned bad interlocking thing I just mentioned. One of those is the fact that the equipment distribution is terrible. That's itemization, so terrible, terrible itemization. One of those is the fact that the alternate leveling systems, all 3 of them, each kind of have to be done in order to increase your overall output and power level, because simply leveling or simply raising your jobs will not actually make you stronger. You have to do everything to make yourself stronger. And each of those requires separate and distinct grind. And which leads me to the third category, which is just straight up grind. Even if you ignore the fact that all these systems are there, each one of them by themselves is quite grindy. It's not the grindiest I've seen, that's why it's not 3 negatives, but each one of them is a fairly grindy affair. Okay. And that's probably how that would line up nowadays. That's from memory, obviously, so I don't know. I never know until I actually go through it. But that's probably how that would line up. I feel like I could get up there. Maybe I need a power-up first? Let's keep going. Let's see what happens. I'm not going to answer that question just because that's a spoiler question, Gum Gum. Besides, I actually answered that in the VOD. We talked about it. Yeah, I feel like... Well, no, we could still go right. I will say, no matter the specific details, I think they got a happy ending, and that's the part that really matters there. Oh, wasn't expecting. I don't know my Komodo. I haven't looked into it yet. So, not sure. Well, yeah, that is always why I will distinguish, and I will continue to mention, even right now, in case anyone's never heard me say this, there's a difference between leveling and grinding. And the difference is very, very simple. Leveling is progressing in power. Grinding is something you don't enjoy. And I will always maintain that distinction, because that's personal, right? Some games, it's enjoyable to level in. For some people. Am I optimistic for the next Mass Effect game? No, not at all. I'm not negatively inclined towards it, per se. At this point, I would say I am net neutral on the next Mass Effect game. But that's where I'm at. Straight 0. I sincerely doubt it's going to be good, bad, or anything in between. I just think it's going to be a game. And that's all I got right now. We shall see. Yeah, exactly, Joan. Now, that being said, if you ask me my opinion on Dragon Age 4, that I am much more negatively inclined towards. because I've been quietly following what's going on at BioWare as well as the development cycle of that, and honestly, I'm not enthused about what I've been hearing and what I've been reading, and we'll see where they go with that one. It's also worth noting that both Dragon Age 4 and Mass Effect 5 may never come out, because that's just the nature of things. This is also part of why I've refused to allow Dragon Age 4 to even be allowed to the list. So I've actually flat out said, do not donate towards that before, and I mean that, because it is in the not sure if it'll ever come out territory, you know? Yeah. So what Blue Up Alex says is a very valid point, and you might be thinking, Lord, you've literally reviewed Anthem. How could you say that you don't have a negative thought towards it? Because after Anthem, a decent number of people either left that studio or were fired or left to do their own thing. And at this point in time, I think there's like 5 people still working there who worked on that, and it's all people you'd probably never even heard the names of. You know, no directors, no producers, that kind of a thing. So, new team. That's the summary. New team. Same label, different body. That's the only reason it's in the neutral territory for me. Because it's who knows, right? I don't know what this team can do. I don't know what they can manage. I think it actually wants me to go here. How the hell am I going to make this work? Okay, let's just try this. Oh. God, that's just so barely. That'll actually depend on you all, Dr. Winter. Oh, Jesus. That actually isn't my decision. So, people other than me will decide that. Sorry, I look breakable. No, exactly. I agree, Block Alex. Like, I'm basically agreeing with you, if that makes any sense. I'm saying it terribly, but the whole point is, if the Anthem team made Mass Effect 5, then it's gonna suck, right? Like, there's no hope there. That's... Oof. I talked about it during the last Lore Week act. And I'm gonna summarize that way because I talked about it during the last Lore Week, so I don't want to repeat myself too much. Any optimism for GTA 6? No. And I'm sad for saying that. But the answer to that question is no. Too many things have changed since GTA 5 and Red Dead Redemption 2. Yeah, the core writing team, aka pretty much the reason why the GTA games and the RDR games have had such quality in terms of the story axis for so long, that's gone. And they've been very content to push the money juggernaut that is GTA 5 online. So, we'll see. I am glad they haven't really announced it yet. An opening at the right of the... Oh, I see it. I see it. You mean on the left. Great. No, Blade Torball. Even though I've seen a speedrun of this game, I don't actually know what the core point is, other than the obvious stages of grief thing they've got going on. Damn it. Of course I missed completely. Well, that's a good question, Easel. Do you think Red Dead Redemption 2 was good on the gameplay axis? Because I don't. GTA 5 was. I actually am looking forward to an audit review of GTA 5, because I imagine that game will score even better than it already did under the current system, and frankly, it was already my highest rated game under the old system, so yeah. Huh. Okay, so we've found a thing that's obviously missing pieces. Oh no, I would not consider this a world. This feels like a tale, to use my own terminology. This feels like this is like... Well, I don't need to name examples. That'll be spoily. But this feels like this is not an actual place. Let me put it to you that way. Never heard any of those Shadow Machine. Whoa! Whoops. Wasn't paying attention. That's on me. Looks like there might be a down, too. So that needs 2, and that thing up top needs like 5. And Shadow Machine needs to be less awesome. Could you stop being so awesome? Too many awesome people in my life. It's making me feel insufficient. This one needs 2 more. Did we go down right? I feel like we ran into a wall of, like, vines down here. But maybe we didn't go far enough. Maybe we didn't go over here? There's an elephant thing. That also requires dots, which we still don't have. But that's interesting. Nope. Can't go down that way. This feels new, so that's good. I'll take it. Oh, God. I've changed my mind. First of all, thank you, Shadow Machine. Always. Every day, y'all remind me, really, that I was in a discussion just yesterday with my brother-in-law, and it boiled down to, you know, for all the horrible, terrible crap we tend to hear about, you know, statistically speaking, I tend to interact with better people than not. And I stand by that. That is, of course, purely anecdotal and arguably doesn't even matter. But in my life, I have seen more cool people than I have not. It's nice to remember that every now and again. That's all. Favorite depressing music is actually a mix of my own, which I call Blood-Soaked Darkness. Is the Owl House already on the list, Shadow Machine? And Ross, thank you as well. If you know where you want to put those, please do let me know. Okay, so I'm just going to put Owl House as the backup for all of those, if that sounds cool. I don't know what that is. I remember, I believe you that it's on the list, I just don't remember what it is. Listen, I'd rather you not be awful, if that's okay, Mike. A mix screenshot. Oh, you want me to share Blood-Soaked Darkness? Sure. It's an old remix, so I didn't do much with it. Oh, it's a Disney show. Okay. So yeah, that would explain why I added it to the list, because that's probably just Disney Plus at that point. I didn't see what Ross wanted to put his towards, so I'm just going to hold off on that really quick. So it's actually a really basic remix. It's a remix. I just did a few audio things to make it more atmospheric in the background, to make it sound more echoey. And I will add it to the Bad Batch then, because that's the one I'm pushing right now. The Bad Batch. Thank you again, Ross. It's a song from Soten from Castlevania Symphony of the Night, and I just added a few things to it to make it sound even more horrifying than it already did. It was a good outlet from when I felt like that. I can even describe the exact feeling that song evokes within me. So I want you to imagine you're in a very, 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 very dark place, kind of like this. And I want you to imagine that you are a mile or 2 or 3 below the surface of the earth. And you know that you are so far down into this pit, you are never getting out. It is not even possible. It's not even feasible. But it's worse than that, because you're not just in a pit, you're actually in like a crack in the wall of the pit. And that itself has lost its support. So it's actually crunching down on you. So you are trapped in a crack, in a wall, in a pit, several miles below the surface, and there's just drips of blood. You're not sure what it's from, that is just dripping down on you and slowly dripping down you as you are stuck there, waiting to starve to death. And that's what that song was written to express and to get out of my head, because that was not a fun time in my life. We made it a little bit underwater that time. I do try to be me. I guess I shouldn't say that. I am me. Maybe I keep trying to be me? I don't know. The biggest problem I struggle with... Here's your hashtag relatable for the day. The biggest problem I struggle with is motivation. Because there are days when it is very, very hard to see the point in bothering. And I'm sure several of you know what that feels like. So, speaking of which, I'm almost done with the LTTP theater writing side of things, which means I'm almost ready for auditions, believe it or not. So that should be fun. Looking forward to seeing what people come up with voice-wise for that. But, thank you, Easel, very much, as always. I say almost done, I should explain that. So, I think I've said this before, but on the off chance that people haven't, heard me say this 7,000 times. Easel Games, and that's for Tales of Berseria. You got it. Thank you again, Easel, very much. I like to do writing, especially dialogue, but writing in general, I like to do in phases. You write down. This is just my method. You write down the general intent. While I was writing the dialogue, I literally wrote "crazy taunt," and that's all I wrote. I just wrote the words "crazy taunt," because what I wanted to do was I wanted it to fit and go back over it and go back over it and go back over it in order to polish it a little bit more, right? And that's how I write. I write the crude text, and then I do another run through in order to polish that up a bit and get it more into actual language. Then I start speaking out loud and being like, okay, so let's see, that doesn't sound right. This word would sound better here. And I do I've said this many times, I do an average of 6 passes on any dialogue I write. Now that's not me bragging or anything like that. That's me just saying that's how I do it and giving that advice to anybody else who's writing. But the reason I bring this up, of course, is because with regards to the LTTP thing, I have done the second pass on the writing for Turtle Rock, specifically. I've already finished the dialogue for Ganon's Tower. I did that. That was one of the first things I wrote, because that's how I write. I had to write the dialogue here before I could design the story that leads up to that moment, right? I got it backloaded, right? I got it backloaded. Or front-loaded, excuse me, wrong direction. But anyways, once that's done, I will just have to do some timestamps for the Tower of Ganon, and then Ganon's dialogue, and then the Triforce's dialogue, and that's it. Done. So that's all that's left. Thank you, Ash, always. I'll put that towards Okami. And thank you, Eclectic, very much. I'll put that towards Darkest Dungeon. Much obliged, all of you. Thank you. Now I missed Gum Gum's question. Oh, never mind. What would I call your getting Silent Age? I did call it something else. I don't remember what, though. You called it the Silent Age because that's when there was no wars. But I called it the Age of Peace, I think, or something like that, because that was too generic. The Triforce actually does have dialogue in LTTP Blue of Alex. But yes, I have decided, separate from that, to make the Triforce have very minor bits of additional dialogue. So I've decided that the narrator at the beginning is actually the Triforce, right before the game even starts. And I've decided they're going to have a very minor thing when you pick up Fee, when you pick up the Master Sword. That's it. That's all I'm adding for them. The overwhelming majority of added dialogue is for the guards and for the bosses. Anybody who tries to voice the Triforce as Tingle will be summarily shot. I'm joking. I'm joking. Interesting. Oh, I forgot to write down Yoshi drums. I know, right? Could you imagine something? I admit to nothing. No, this game wasn't written by an artist. What are you talking about? So you need a decent mic, you need access to the theater Discord, and you need reliability. That's the most important thing. That's always the thing I stress most. If I commit to you doing a role, then you're locked in as that role, and I would rather you not flake out or vanish or whatever. But that's actually it. The more difficult the role, the more stringent I will be on mic quality. However, in general, the goal of this, and I talk about the priority list all the time, the highest thing on the priority list is to just get people involved. This is a community project, so even if your mic setup isn't great, even if your mic itself isn't great, if you still want to participate, then that's awesome. Lord knows we actually have lots of roles for LTTP. I think it's something around 70. Because there's a whole lot of NPCs who talk in Kakariko, and of course we've got all the guards, which I think there's something like 17 guards. I need at least... I need 9 lost souls for the Swamp Palace. I need, I think it's 13 different voice actors for Vitreous. So forth and so on. So there's, in other words, there's a lot of room for people who just want to participate but don't want the stress or responsibility of doing a much more major and stringent role. And that's very much on purpose. I've discovered over the last couple of ones I've done that there's a very strong audience, for lack of a better way to put it, for people who want to participate but don't want to commit to sitting down and recording hours of dialogue. And so that's kind of why I try to plug the one-offs and the hole filling, because those holes need to be filled, and I do care about my little NPCs as much as I care about Zelda herself, for example. I think at the moment Sahasrara actually has the most dialogue in the game. Go figure. Let's go this way. Nope. So, our hardest role will probably be Sahasrara. He is an old man, too, so you gotta take that into account. I have added a couple of things to the narrative to help it tie in a little bit better to both Ocarina and to the Oracles games, which happen after it, as well as Link's Awakening. And is that what it wants me to do? I think that is what it wants me to do. This is a wall. Oh, never mind. Listen, all I'm going to say to Sabacom is that Suikoden 3 is a game that I have no idea what I'll voice for that one. So you could just call it the straight-up Renaissance Gum Gum. I mean, that's an easy answer. It's almost taken, but... Oh yeah, by the way, the reason I say Sahasrara like that is because I have spent a substantial amount of time trying to figure out how you're supposed to pronounce his stupid name. Oh, I can move as a block underwater. Will Link have dialogue? No. Link has been renamed to Lore, and he will be voiced by me. Because I continue to like the joke that I voice characters who don't have dialogue. I actually thought about it. I've talked about this before. I thought about adding a voice to Link, but I felt like it actually detracted from the way I wanted to do the story, which is to have the bosses talk to you, but not you talk to the bosses. And I think I've mentioned this before. I felt like it would lean a little bit too much into the Oblivion roleplay territory, where it's just Link talking to himself while he does the dungeons, which can work, but... So Link, Lore, will remain silent. Okay. That... Yeah, a little off my timing there. Except I can't seem to jump on it? I did put a lot of myself into Grill Bay. No? It's freezing me each time it happens, Mike Romano. But it doesn't seem to do it in midair. That's interesting. Yeah, this is backup option. Damn, I was kind of hoping to do the midair thing, but it looks like it actually doesn't want me to do it in mid at all. Although, it looks like I have to? Oh, okay, let's try that out. No, it's not letting me do it in midair even as a block. It's interesting. Hmm. I was actually just thinking that. Just gonna wait here for a minute. How does the extant handle privateers? So I've never designed that, so I don't know is the honest answer there. Oh, I see what it wants me to do. I didn't even think about that. Yep, okay, there we go. Whoop. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, no. Ah! Not quite. Okay. Take two. See you around below, Alex. Do have a good day at work, hopefully, please. Not in any kind of negative way. It's just... work sucks enough as is, you know? That is interesting that they deliberately don't let you do it in midair, because they probably thought about that as the first thing. No, you just ask me, and then I toss an invite, and then it happens. You will support. Just bug me on the other Discord. It's easier to do it that way. Have I played Front Mission? No. I don't think I've ever played any Front Mission game. I agree with that, Crazy Norse. We in Freezy area? It looks like we are. Yep, here we go. I have, in fact, Scruffy looking, but we never reviewed it, if that's what you're asking. Ah, I see. Okay. Nope. Too much. No? Come on. Oh, the ice person doesn't have collision with the... That's why, yeah. See, they actually put little hints like the lack of collision thing or the fact that you can't do it in midair, so you kind of think what the intended solution is. Because both times I tried to use the non-intended solution. Both sides there. Anyways, Zach Deft, I did not know that, although that doesn't surprise me. Resident Evil 4 was an amazing game, so it makes perfect sense that Resident Evil 5 would sell well even if it was hot garbage. I'm not saying it is hot garbage, I'm just saying that's how that works. If there is a very successful game or show or movie, its sequel pretty much automatically has very good sales figures. I can swim now. They swim now? They swim now. I would, Savacon. That's kind of part of my writing style in general, is I prompt a question by writing a story, and then I answer that question. In fact, one of the things I really want to get back to at some point is getting some kind of Q&A thing for the extant as a long-form thing, and just as I answer those questions, flesh out more of the specifics. I've seen that act. I saw that interview. That was just last week, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure what I think of that, Javan, because you're right. There really is one solution there. Try alternate solutions, and they didn't work. Meanwhile, Von Falkenstein's like, I ask you nothing. Unless you're asking the front mission question, in which case, yeah, no, I've never played any front mission game. Not on purpose, just it's never happened. No, come back, come back. Delicious, delicious power. Come back. No. Well, we had a Q&A like that for the project, and then nobody was interested in that anymore. Hard to do a group project when there's no group. It's not a dig, that's a statement of fact. Yeah, I've been thinking about that. That's not only the first thing I could think of. One of the problems this game has had in several puzzles is the game really likes to zoom the camera out. Now you might think, what the hell does that have to do with gameplay? Well, I don't know about you all, but it's actually legitimately hard to see the gameplay in several things because the game is so interested in showing you how pretty it is. And it's like, okay, but like I'm having trouble seeing what I'm supposed to do. You know, that old problem. Why aren't... Okay, hang on. There we go. Yay. Power. One might even say unlimited power. Overwhelming. One thing I find, so everyone talks about writer's block, right? I have two forms of writer's block, personally. One is the motivation thing. Now, I've actually talked about that, but that's exactly what it sounds like. You know, sometimes it's just, you lose the motivation to continue, so you just don't get anything done, right? Nothing to do about that. No solution for that. That's just how it is. But I run into another form of writer's block every now and again. Not often. And that's when I really want a specific scene or a specific character or specific dialogue to go in a specific way. And I'm just sitting here like, ugh, because I'm not sure how to do that. And I get stalled at that one scene, you know? No, can't get that kind of height. And so I'm just stuck there going, I actually did run into this with the LTTB Theater, with the aforementioned Turtle Rock. I was just staring at it like, until finally I just decided to do exactly what I told you to do, which is usually my solution to getting past that, which is write down something as a general indicative. Like, so I mentioned earlier that I wrote the line, intimidating threat or something like that. And that's all I wrote, was just intimidating threat. That's the line. And then I moved on. And, you know, once for me, it's all about momentum. It's easier to write if I'm already writing. And so I had to get myself going again so I could get back through and then back through and back through and start the polishing passes. But I needed to get the initial lines of the page. Once I did, I'm fine. Like I said, I have all the initial pass and the secondary pass already done there. So, woo. So that is the you've already hit on the answer there, Shadow Machine. But I will admit I am part of the problem on this because I've sort of paused the extant in my mind. As much as I love the extant to death and I would love to do 5 billion things with it, I have to time manage a little bit right now. And I think I've mentioned this before. Right now, the streaming actually takes the highest priority on the list. Following that is the theater and the Trek rewrite. And extant is just kind of on pause in general. To be clear, I do intend to continue the Trenthgar game, or maybe even restart the Trenthgar game. I haven't decided which it'll be kind of up to you all. But in my mind, it's completely on pause, along with everything to do with the extant. Sense make? You may or may not have noticed, I actually removed the extant funding things from the website, just to kind of remove that. Although, in fairness, nobody's put any money towards that in, like, months and months at this point. Counting one donation from Dame Celeste. What am I supposed to do here? So... Okay. So let's test something. Yep, okay. That's what I thought. Alright. So you actually don't right now, Linnea, because it's off. However, going forwards, the way will be to type in exclamation mark, the letter Q, and then your question. And that's how that works. Okay, so there is no barrier there. So that doesn't work. I can get over there. If I could get over there, I could do that, but I can't get over there. Oh, but I can totally get there this way. There, I got it. Puzzle figured out. Can you even see where I am on this screen? I know you're seeing a much smaller screen than I am. Vaguely, Ross, and no, respectively, is the answer to your questions. Yeah, where's Lordo? Yeah, no, I have movement eyes as well. I always have since I was a kid. I know, Linnea, is answer to your question. But I wouldn't worry about it. There will be very, very few portions of the game which will have no voice acting in it. I actually think we will have more density of voice acting in Link to the Past than we had in Final Fantasy IX. Even like when you're traveling from point A to point B, there's generally some people you're going to pass, and they're going to have some brief lines of dialogue, and okay, that's terrifying. We'll leave that area forever. Yeah, we still need 2. But that is an extremely valid concern, and that's exactly why I had to decide which group I wanted to have voiced when it came to LTTP. Because so that's apparently I haven't told you about this, Linnea. One of the biggest concerns for me when it came to this, and one of the biggest reasons why I wanted to do this, is specifically because okay, you're cute. Is specifically because this is a writing challenge for me. This is me trying to stretch and actually write dialogue. No. In a game that doesn't have a lot of dialogue to avoid dead time, right? We've actually used differing tricks over the years in order to avoid dead time, usually through editing tricks. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. So let's try that again. But here I'm actually trying to fill the dead time with, new dialogue, so we'll see if my writing talents are up to chop. As I've said many times, the LTTP theater is in many ways a learning experience for me with regards to crafting, directing, writing, editing, and of course a lot of technical issues. I had to solve a lot of technical issues when it came to capturing footage for the SNES in specific, so that was a thing. Okay, you don't want me to go down. Got it. It's okay, we haven't been up left yet, I don't think. I am nervous as hell as to what people are going to think of the writing. Okay, it's down left. In the LTTP theater, I am a good writer, but that doesn't mean I am not terrified of hearing other people's thoughts on aforementioned writing. I am branching out a bit. There's a few bits of dialogue and a few bits of writing that are the kind of things I've actually never written before in terms of dialogue. So we'll see how that turns out once it's actually voiced and put into camera. Come with me if you want to live. Or be used as a jumping platform. However that ends up working out. No, I did not write dialogue for Link. To be clear about that. Link still has no dialogue. But I don't think anything else... So, okay. As much as I hate to give away part of the story, one of the narrative things I'm really pushing in the LTTP theater specifically is how the curse of Ganon is working. I actually refer to it in-game, in dialogue, as malice. Direct parallel to the actual malice curse that exists in Zelda Mythos. The idea here is that the more covered by malice you are, the more cursed you are. The curse has several demonstrable effects. Number one, it keeps bringing you back from death, even if you die. Each time you come back worse, and you come back less of who you are. Everybody handles the curse in a different way. People who embrace it, people of dark hearts or evil hearts, or otherwise people who probably, you know, are cool with that kind of thing to begin with. Hi, Turtle. They will be able to fully retain their mind, but even those people don't have a solid way in which they react. So everyone reacts to the curse differently, but most normal, decent folk, they reach the point where they actually stop talking gradually. So what's going to happen is, like, for example, let's say there's a guard named Micromano. So Micromano's like, hi, I'm cool. And then he's killed. Oh, no. But then Micromano comes back because of the curse. This time Micromano's like, hi, how are things? And then he's killed, and he comes back. So the second time he comes back, he's more like, yeah. And the third time he comes back, and the fourth time he comes back, he can't talk at all. So there's this kind of descent. So Linnea mentions long portions of silence. There's actually one very deliberate, oh, that's terrifying, portion of silence. And it's immediately after you enter the Dark World. And that is immediately after a huge chunk of dialogue, where tons of characters are all voicing a lot of dialogue. That's both between Aghanim and all of the guards in the Hyrule Castle dungeon. All of them have dialogue, right? So the whole idea there is you have this lengthy vocal section, followed by not a single bit of dialogue at all when you first hit the Dark World, because all of the enemies in the Dark World can't talk anymore. They've already been so cursed for so long, decades at this point, I said it at about 90 years, that none of them can actually have the ability to speak anymore. So there's going to be a little bit of that going on, and just stuff. I forget why I even got on this topic, but the point being, that's why Link isn't have voice, because everyone else does. There's also other reasons for it, but you get the idea. Okay, so we have found a statue. Oh yeah, I was talking about riding rider's blocks and getting past that. And then we drifted. It's okay. Got it. Not supposed to go that way. So what color are we adding next? Yellow. Yeah, there's the singing mechanic. A little bigger than it was. kind of Javan. I don't have full control, but each spin, each dash is me. Like, this is as much as I can steer here. Okay. Uh, uh. Very small but interesting visual choice. The light up things, the things that light up when you get close to them, are visible no matter what. So you can always see them even if there's no other light sources. Yeah, you want horror? Imagine being trapped in a maze underwater with no light. That's it. That's all you need. Let's assume you can breathe infinitely. Just to make it even more horrible. Yeah, I was expecting that. I pet the turtle. He was a good turtle. I'm debating Black Malkin. It's funny, some of the platforming is actually pretty decent, Walker, but yeah, I don't anticipate this game is going to score very highly on the gameplay axis. I don't think it'll be negative, I just don't think it's going to be its wheelhouse, you know? The gameplay is there to do a better job of this than a show or a movie would. Let's put it that way. Of course, I admit that's an extremely biased opinion. I've always preferred interactive medium over non-interactive, even if it's something that is a linear story-based kind of a thing. But then again, I'm also one of those weirdos who insists that the Final Fantasy games actually have gameplay. Ugh. Thank you again, scruffy looking. You still haven't put any of that towards anything. If you would like to. You can also just put it towards dealer's choice. That is up to you. Oh god, Linnea. Hashtag relatable. I mean, a lot of the FFs are like that, Job, and proper knowledge of the inventory of what you can get where and what it can be used against will break most FFs in half. Give you a bit of perspective, my FF6 speedrun specifically had provisos for what to buy where. Because you can buy, for example, these rods in Thamasa. Why bother? Well, because about an hour and a half from then, there's a couple of bosses which are super weak to those rods. And there's a gameplay glitch in the original FF6 version where rods would use the wrong formulas when it came to the damage, the output they put. So you can break them and just do absolutely stupid damage if you do it on, for example, Celeste. So you can literally two-shot some bosses with rods you bought a couple hours ago in an unrelated town. A lot of FFs have stuff like that in them. Oh yeah, let's jot down some positives before we get... You got it, Mr. Freeman. Thank you. As always, I will jot that down for Okami. You got it. And yeah, the reason I think, I don't actually know this for total certainty, but the reason I personally think that so many RPGs have that kind of items are broken thing is because they didn't actually think about it. Because usually, and I just gave you an example of this, they give you the items in an area where it's okay, they're kind of useful and they're kind of not, but it's whatever. And they don't really expect you to buy items in Town B and then use them in Dungeon C, sometime later, right? And they don't expect you... I've lost myself. There I am. And they don't expect you to, use them somewhere else, effectively, right? Now, I believe some games actually plan for that. But which is which? Oh, who knows? So what are Yoshi drums? Well, Yoshi drums... Actually, I have to stretch my hand today. Holy crap. Ugh. Yeah, also true, Jobin. Yoshi drums is a concept, it's a form of dynamic music, right? When the music substantially changes based on what's actually happening on screen at the point in time. I agree with that, Dakota. I would rather have I've said this many times, I'd rather have a game you can break if you know what you're doing or if you manipulate or exploit it, rather than a game that's frustrating or absent of options and tactics, or grindy or whatever, right? Like, I'll take FF5 over FF1 to use a specific and direct example. This isn't incredibly terrifying or anything. Oh, I see the problem. So now you can see me. I'm right here. Hey, look, it's the water temple. No one in chat's gonna get that. I only get that because I was actually telling someone about how the water temple functions recently. We're even going up. This is actually really similar. Primus, little Billy. Recently, someone who was awesome is doing a sketch, and as a consequence was asking about the elements within extant and how the elements work. And as a direct consequence of explaining how the elements work, I ended up explaining the 8 temples that exist on the planet of Primus. If you don't have time, it's okay, Zalok. I do understand. Don't want to pressure you. So now we're having the opposite problem of too much darkness. Speaking of. One of those. Oh, I see where we are. God, we're way back here. We've actually backtracked. Didn't realize where we were for a second. It's okay. The depression can't find us here. Until it evolves. Mutates is actually probably a better word there. Once it does... Well, we're screwed. Really? I mean, the bot in general will not work unless I actually am up and have it, so the bot will only work while I'm streaming and have the bot running. Hypothetically, it'll be running, you know, whenever I'm streaming, but that is up to me. I will have to manually be doing that. Yeah. Evolving is across species. Mutating as an individual. That's the difference. Oh, this is new. Remember when we had to make that jump? Now there's a ghost platform, which explains why the earlier thing is being blocked now. I thought about that, actually, Zalok, since I've already set up that custom batch file to make sure it just stays up. So the way that always works, End, is the person who put the game on the list, hello, they're the one who determines which version we play. So that would be like Hariant's question, and or Hariant's decision, and anybody else who put money towards the Real Mist's decision. Be free, little pieces of horrible nightmare death. Yep, nope, we've gone down into dark. Now we're going up into light. You got it, Ross. Can I get an assassination order on Ross just really quick? You know, I don't know, Dr. Winter. I suppose the automatic answer to that would be for people who do know the story, but I don't actually know. Because it will be not only referencing, but following through on elements of both previous and future Zelda games to try and make it more coherent with overall continuity. An LTTP rewrite, if you will. They might not be evil, Javan. We're not sure yet. Favorite level in the game so far? In terms of pure gameplay, probably the wood level. In terms of storytelling design, absolutely the underwater section. Oh wow, I need to go even higher than that. I would not be surprised if the light turns out just as bad, John. Like, this just feels like it's gonna go that way, you know? Awesome. Well, I do hope that you like what you see, Dr. Winter. Some people have already been glancing at some of the writing I've already put in. I am told it's pretty horrifying. I think I'll take that as a compliment. I think I've mentioned this already. My brother-in-law, who is unfamiliar with what I was doing at all, I was just discussing with my sister, because I like to bounce writing ideas off of her. I was discussing some of the boss concepts and the writing off of her, and he was like, so you're writing a horror story? I mean, it's LTTP, you know? Okay, so it looks like, do I need both? Let's see if I can grab both. Let's find out. Nope, can't even grab it initially. And they go away as soon as you leave the water. So it's use it or lose it. Use it and lose it, actually. This is just up here again. Okay, so... I guess the only place left is the middle. And scam likely, my personal favorite thing. Give it. Whoop! 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 Whoa! That's... okay. Cool. There you go, game. Think of the word malice for a second, Mike. And what that really means. And then it should probably make sense. And if it doesn't, that's honestly probably a good thing. Hello, Mr. Bird. Come with me, Mr. Bird. Please. Thank you. Guess that's just a backup in case I fall. It hasn't randomly disconnected for some reason. So I'd be curious what actually caused that, if you care to share. If you don't, well, that's also acceptable. It might have just been related to the space bug. I don't know. God, the jumps are so floaty. I'm still getting used to it. I've been playing this for like 3 hours now. I'm still getting used to the jumps. Okay. No, don't do it, End. But thank you, End, very much. I will jot that down. For the thing that you did, which is the Metroid block. Yeah, that might have done it, so I assume it just doesn't. Okay, I get it. Doesn't flag it that way anymore. Or I'm sorry. I mean, I'm guessing it doesn't open and close the file each time now. Well, when the moon hits the sky. Yeah, they really like the yellow in this stage, don't they? Speaking of which, what pizza is everyone getting on Wednesday? I'm actually going to try and get a pizza myself, especially since I'm really hopeful that Thursday will be when we start the FF14 one, which means I will get pizza on Wednesday and have pizza for Thursday, because, you know, leftovers. I shouldn't commit to that. Cyber Shadow is actually going to be the longest game predicted of the ones we're going through right now. So I don't know how long of a game that's going to be, really. We'll see. Whoa! This a good use of 10,000 years. Why would you do that, Ross? Also, how? Like, I don't eat much. Oh. Okay. I like me an upside down level as much as anybody. I rather enjoyed Gravity Man stage in Mega Man 5. Most malicious character in fiction? Oh, I don't know. Sauron, maybe? I'd have to think about that. Yeah, Stone Tower Temple. There's another example of this kind of thing. I would not be a good Ninja Turtle. I freely admit to this. And there's our gravity line right there. Well, there was the honorary 5th turtle, but we don't talk about him. Actually, so I was joking there, but then I remember there actually was an honorary 5th turtle, and most people didn't care for her when she came out. Whether that's a valid complaint or not is more a matter of opinion, but she didn't turn out very well in terms of popularity. One time when I was 14 years old, I lied about biting my fingernails. I still remember and regret that to this very day. I feel like 10,000 years could be used properly under the following circumstances. Yeah, there actually was one following time. The circumstance has to be a period where the stagnation is the narrative point, where the whole point being made is that nothing has changed forever, because nothing can change. Either there's something that's artificially keeping it down, or maybe there's like a system in place that's enforcing a status quo or something like that, right? Where the stagnation is not just the point, but is actually thought out and logically considered, right? Now, I can't think of an example of that off the top of my head, but I do believe that is a situation where that could work. Oh yeah, Warhammer 40k, you know what? That's actually not a bad example. There you go. Well, I mean, Battletech doesn't have the 10,000 years, though, thing. Battletech's timeline is pretty short, as it should be. There is absolutely stagnation like that in Dune. I personally think Dune doesn't do it all that well, but then again, I'm not a huge fan of Dune. So make of that what you will. Actually, to my knowledge, no, Little Billy. It's just, we know it's been a while, and there's some time dilation going on. We could estimate how long it is, based mostly on the age of the kids. But other than that, no. And yeah, Breath of Fire 3, not to spoil, has an artificially induced stagnation. A deliberate stagnation. Come here. That's a good question, Loner. I'm going to go ahead and admit that I'm not actually familiar enough with Warhammer 40k to just answer that off the top of my head, so I don't know. A lot of people do, Luke, but that's because a lot of people really like Dune. I am not one of those people, so I admit that's probably coloring my opinion there. I should probably mention that when I say I don't like Dune, I mostly don't like everything after the first novel. First novel's legit, and is considered a classic for a frickin' reason, you know? Nope, can't do it that way. That's okay. But then you get into everything after the original novel, and that's where my interest just kind of goes away. Actually, I agree. This might be our first just straight up level plus level. Nothing, Gum Gum. Or everything, but either way, nothing is really the answer to that. Yeah, no, it wants me to do that. How am I going to do that? No, that doesn't fit. Oh, there. God damn, I did not even see this. I really didn't. I was looking for something like that and couldn't see it. I mean, I'm pretty much... in no way do I mean this in an elitist hipster kind of way, but it's... I accept that I am not the norm when it comes to opinion on the Dune series. I'm definitely the weirdo there, and I'm okay with that. Nope. It was quite good. Or not my commander, Mr. Red. Thank you for asking. Or vice versa, but yes, scruffy looking, I would agree with that. That is a good pizza, Ross. I like that one. I wonder if it's gonna win, Seth. It probably won't. It'll lose to some stupid film nobody cares about, because that's how the Academy Awards work. Sorry for being derisive, but honestly, screw the Academy Awards. I know I've told this story before, but one time when I was much younger, like 10 or 12, Mom was like, hey, do you want to watch the Academy Awards? And I was like, why? It's just a dumb popularity contest and has nothing to do with the quality of the films themselves. And she was proud of me. I'm not sure what to do here. That's what I tried to do last time, Javin. Like that. See? But it's just... I can't get a decent enough angle on it. Not in the time before it goes away. Because they go away immediately after leading the water. I haven't even thought about it, Zalog. It is February, you're right. Let's see if we can get a little bit... Oh, yep, no. You see how quickly they go away? Apparently there's a Nintendo Direct tomorrow. Huh, I didn't know that. I really didn't. I haven't checked my news this morning. Which is very rare for me. I had a late morning. Almost didn't have time for breakfast. So let's try this. Nope, that's just immediate. Hang on, so let's grab these. I have an idea. There. Okay. So my guess for the Nintendo Direct that is definitely happening tomorrow, definitely not being lied to by everyone in chat in this massive kind of, you know, group deception thing, is they'll talk about nothing I care about. There, that's my prediction. Everything I really want to hear about from Nintendo right now is too far out. So now we have the sing button. Yeah, there will be no Metroid Prime 4. There will be no new Star Fox. There will be no word on Breath of the Wild 2. They will not talk about F-Zero. They will not talk about Fire Emblem. They will not talk about the new Kirby game. Like, all the stuff that I'm totally interested in right now, they will just not mention at all. Now, that being said, even the random Nintendo Directs usually tend to have some little stuff, usually indie character stuff, but, you know. What are they talking about then? Well, probably a bunch of random indie stuff. Something to do with Smash, because it's always Smash. And, let's see. They've ported other games I don't care about to the Switch. Like Fortnite. I know they already have Fortnite there, but you get my idea. You watch, little Billy. They'll find a way to bring Smash back. If they say anything about NFTs, I will not literally eat my hat, even though I own a hat now. But I'll consider eating my hat. I'll chew on my hat on camera. Oh, duh. Yep, nope, you're right, Jovan. This is probably the tutorial for that. Right there, yep. Now, this won't happen, but you know what would absolutely make my day? Hey, welcome to the Nintendo Direct. We'd like to announce that we're never doing NFTs. Moving on. And then they just go on with the announcements. They will never do that, but that would absolutely make my day. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Ooh, still on a timer, but I think we made it. Yeah, what's an NFT? I hear some people are making money off of it. Eh. Let's look at the sales figures for Pokemon Arceus, shall we? One of the best-selling games of any console for the last 2 months. Yeah, no, we're good. Yeah, there you go, Zillow. So I'm being a little bit... No, I will not, Pika. I'm being a little bit cynical. Don't mind me. I'm sure there will be at least some cool stuff at Nintendo Direct. There usually are some cool things in Nintendo Directs. But I don't think any of the big things I just mentioned are going to be announced. Because all of them are too far out. And Nintendo usually is pretty good about not announcing stuff too early. And especially if, as Zalok says, they're going to be, you know, just stuff... Whoops. Just stuff that's coming out in the next few months. Yeah, they're probably not talking about any of the big games I just mentioned. And that's fine. I'm content to wait. See, I'm actually with you on that, Phantom Straight. I don't know if you've seen my 2-hour discussion on what NFTs are and how they've been abused. But as with so other many concepts in human history, it's not really the NFTs themselves that are the problem. It's the giant pyramid scam that's completely surrounding them. You know, that's the real issue here. Absolutely, Loner. I have, and this is in no way a dig, but I've had people tell me that even after my 2-hour discussion on what NFTs are and how they work, there's still some people who watched that who don't get it, and it's like... And again, that's not a dig, that's just a problem. That is exactly why they are doing so well right now. Then and a lot of people have been like, hey, check it out. I'm totally into this. I want to make money too. Please help me make money, oh god. Oh god, please help me make money. Whatever that video is, I absolutely have not seen it, Eclectic. I wonder if it says anything that I have not already said. Bragwin! Someone earlier was asking about a Discord invite. I don't know if they're still there. But if they're there, Bragwin has got your back. She is amazing at Discord invites. One time, I was thinking, alright, when I take over the world, I need to have a job for everyone, right? Which job do I give Bragwin? Because she's so amazing at everything, I don't actually know what to give her. And then I realized, Discord invites. What? That is clearly a platform. Actually, I would love to have you in the writer's room, Bragwin. No joke, no lie, no meme. You are an excellent writing bouncer, as in someone you bounce ideas off of and help write stories with. And I would love to have you in my writer's room. Not even sexually, just for writing. Although Reloaded would probably get jealous about the other one. Ooh, okay. No, yeah, exactly. Like I said, Bragwin, and again, no joking here, no lie. I would love to have you in my writer's room. I've actually got a list of people I'd like to invite to the writer's room someday. And you are on that list. Assuming I ever get that far. Assuming I ever get to the point of having a writer's room. But of course, you refuse to talk about the Trek rewrite stuff. So maybe I should take that idea back. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I was elbowing Bragwin there. Don't mind me. NFTs at their core are actually very simple to understand. They are something that is designed to authenticate something else, and that authentication is something that people are trying to speculate on to make money in what can only be referred to as a scam. That is the simplest, bare-bones explanation of an NFT I can come up with. There are many things wrong with it, and there's a lot more depth to it, but that's the basics right there. I can't make that. If you really want an even more basic version of that, I can give it to you. NFTs are a good idea that people are trying to abuse in order to scam money out of other people. There you go. Even more basic explanation of what NFTs are. Sorry, I shouldn't actually say a good idea. Let me walk that back. Are a not necessarily bad idea. That's a better way to phrase it. So NFTs are a not necessarily bad idea that people are abusing to make money in a scam format. There we go. Am I timed on this? Looks like I am. Whoop. Which is why I'm missing my jumps. I want to demonstrate what happens when you fail the timer here. Very important. I'm missing one. Oh god, I'm missing one. Okay. Like, I was confused by that, and I wasn't really listening to the boonk at the end. Shoot. Alright. Yeah, so another way I could explain this is in something like... Yes, Ect. Although I need to hurry the hell up if I'm going to get there. In something like Star Trek, NFTs would actually be a good thing. In fact, in something like Star Trek, NFTs would be a necessary thing. In fact, if you want to really get into it, there are several episodes which indicate that Star Trek does have NFTs. Now, that's fine. Again, that's kind of necessary in what is effectively a fully digital age like Star Trek is. But they also have the technology and the computing power to do that and make that without A, it being a scam, and B, literally being harmful to the environment. So those are... We're not there. is what I'm trying to say here. Can't sing in the air. Okay. The Ferengi would approach... The stupid Ferengi would approach NFTs like the actual scam artists are. They would also try to make false NFTs, which are easy to disprove, which, by the way, some people have actually been doing, so that's fun. Ooh, that was way up there. The smart Ferengi would look at that and say, there's no market in that, and walk away from it, because there isn't. There is no actual market in NFTs. There we go. Oh my god! What? Not gonna say anything. Everything's cool here. We're all cool here. Yeah, no kidding, Nithrius. That's actually a really good example. You remember the Nigerian prince scam? There you go. There's NFTs. In more ways than one. By the way, notice her music is actually in time with the music of the game. So I can just do this. That's Yoshi drums. That's another example of Yoshi drums. Lol. Loner. Nobody would accept my money. It was weird. I just wanted to send them all my riches, but I couldn't get it out. Or whatever the scam... I don't even remember. Yes, Mr. Red, you are rich and Nigerian. Congrats. Oh, absolutely, Act. I am definitely thinking a +4 this level. Creative combination of previous mechanics, pulling things in and out, the singing mechanic, the gravity reversal. This is pretty good. I am with it, as the saying goes. I feel like... So you remember Portal 1, right? Back in Portal 1, every stage up to the big one was just a tutorial, effectively. It's all concept stuff. But then you got to the big stage, which was the final stage, which was actually, like, longer than the rest of the stages combined. And that's kind of what I feel like we got here, is this is the final stage of Portal 1. We've introduced everything. Figured out. Why is everything a bug in this universe? I was quite surprised, Trihexia. I didn't expect it to be nearly that good. Yeah, I actually cannot remember the last time a spam mail actually got through my spam filters. That's not a brag, that's a statement of fact. Oh, I gotta go to the left side. Oh god, not Hollow Knight, no! No! Kill me. The spider level. The spider level. Like, sections like this, for example, are pretty neat. Now, phone spam is much worse than email spam. Phone spammers need to be thrown in jail, and that's not me being hyperbolic. I actually get angry at all of the crap they do, and how abusive they are, and how much they try to exploit people who are ignorant, or scared, or don't know any better. I've never played Outer Wilds. It is something that's coming up, though. Like, yeah, the spam call people, the nicest thing I could say is that that should be a criminal offense. Especially the ones that deliberately appeal to the fear aspect. Yeah, exactly, USN Corp. You know what I'm talking about, right? The ones that threaten jail time. I'm aware of it, but I haven't watched them specifically, Ross. Or the ones that say, you know, this is going to happen under these circumstances. And they sound all official about it, and they use the right words in the right way. Have you not seen this, Joe? It's insidious, and it's horrible, and it literally tries to play off your fear instinct to make you send them money. And that's all it is. There's no actual thing. Obviously, they just want you to give them money. It is wrong. I don't use that word often, but it applies here. Yeah, posing as the IRS is extremely common. Posing as someone who is trying to help you with your debts. And they use very common debts, like student loans or car loans, because most people have those. I actually first became aware of this whole thing, specifically because someone was coming after being like, hey, so we're here to help you with your student loan. And now, okay, I'm saying this wrong. They did this whole lengthy thing, and it was this whole thing. It was very official sounding, and it was very, it was the whole, haha, you're going to jail, yada, yada, yada. And towards the end, they finally said what it was about, which is about your student loans. And at that point, I actually laughed out loud. Because I will admit, I was actually getting a bit scared up to that point. Because I don't have particularly good experiences with enforcement agencies. And then it's like, oh, it's about my student loans. Yeah, okay, click. Delete. Yeah, by the way, little pro tip here, little real life thing here. If actual officials are going to contact you about that kind of stuff, they won't call you. Ever. Phone calls are not what those people use in order to establish things. Good afternoon! Exclamation mark. Anything special planned for today? Question mark. Yeah, they will either mail you something, and you'll know it's actually official because it won't look official. It won't say important. It won't say don't throw away. It won't say significant information inside. No, it'll just be a completely plain envelope with nothing unique or unusual about it at all. And inside will be the most terrifying letter you've ever gotten. It's from the IRS saying, hey, we're auditing you. That's what'll happen. I will be right back. Sorry, I actually don't have a drink. I'm going to fix that. Depends, Mockingbirds, but like 99.999% of the time, no. Audits happen if there's a real issue or if there's scale involved. Like, if you make a fairly substantial amount of money and there's any kind of issue, there's a decent chance you'll be audited. And honestly, that's probably just kind of a normal, doesn't really matter, don't worry about it kind of a deal. Consequently, if you make a really substantial amount of money, you've probably been audited and don't even know it, because they don't inform you about that. They go through your actual accountant who deals with it for you. So we're getting up to the title screen here. Oop, wrong button. I mean, that's what I would have done, Triaxi. Yeah, what S.A. Ross says is correct. You make 60 a year, 40 a year, 30 a year, you're probably not going to be audited even if you screw up. They just don't care auditing takes a fairly large amount of resources from the IRS. You know the best part is, Hazardous? Not only do we have to do our individual taxes, our employers have to do our taxes too. No. Really. So I'm guessing this is just how we get back up. Oh. I didn't know we were playing Nier. You know how sometimes I like to put a deliberately clickbaity kind of thing at the beginning of the videos to get people to stop watching them? This game is clearly anti-woman. And then, like, wait 5 seconds and then see how many people pop into the comments to say, oh my god, how can you say that? And all those people didn't actually watch the video. I'm not going to do that. That's a waste of my time, but the thought occurs to me. Yeah, no, this is a very obvious, but reasonably well done depression allegory. Back to being gray. Speaking of which, really quick, thank you yet again, Scruffy Looking. Always. You still haven't put that towards anything, but if you want to, you can. You are not required to. Yeah, I've noticed a lot of indie works revolve around depression. In anything. Games, indie shows, indie movies, indie music. I feel like there's a trend there. Diablo 1. You got it. Done. I kind of hope to do Diablo 1, 2, and 3 back to back once we get there. It's going to be ways off, though. I don't want to get too polemic, but I do think at least part of the reason why depression is so common isn't because depression itself is common. I think we have conjoining systems which lead to or cause depression, which are the actual problem. We're going to chop off the guessing game now. If you haven't guessed, this is a good time to get your guess in. I'll give you a minute, Von Falkenstein, but we are chopping it off now. For all intents and purposes. Because we're done. That's why I call it the short block. Thank you, Larian. I have put that towards the Expanse Streaminations. No enemy design to speak of. No real all roads lead to Rome. In fact, there's the opposite of that. In fact, it is so linear, I'm actually probably going to put that negative that I have, in fact, codified under the railroading category. Animations don't really inform. There's no audio spam to speak of. There's no auto battle. There's no alternate leveling. There's no backtracking at all. No bestiary. No real bosses. No real bugs. No real builds. No built-in cheats. Camera. I don't think I'm going to give a negative to the camera on the gameplay axis, because as we've pointed out several times, the camera is there to show off the visuals and how pretty they are, and not to help with the gameplay. But it only periodically... But I am wearing pants. It only periodically... that would be... This is the block where I wear shorts! That's the summer block right there. Anyways... It only periodically actually got in the way of gameplay, and I feel like that's going to be a wash. It's a shame, because a game like this should arguably have something like a positive for camera, but let's ignore that for the moment. No choices, no co-ops, good controls, no combat to speak of, no core mechanics of real note. The kit is so small that I don't even think I'm going to call it anything other than a wash. No crashes, no difficulty curve to speak of, no difficulty options to speak of. None of this stuff applies. Scroll forward a little bit here. No encounter rate, no encounters, no enemy variety at all. No endgame, no fast travel. Graphics don't really apply on the gameplay axis. No grind leveling, no guidance in full of exploration gameplay-wise. No hub, no HUD, no hyper beam moment. No info in game, no integration, no interface. Intro gameplay-wise. No. The question is if it's a negative. I feel like I don't want to be mean about it. We'll see what I mean. But for those of you who don't remember, the intro is, gameplay-wise, is you walk right, and none of your buttons work until you unlock the ability to jump. Yes, Fun Falls right. So that's the intro, gameplay-wise, is getting to the point where you unlock the jump button and going through the few initial things there. I don't actually like Journey all that much, but I'm the weirdo there. I'll pass over that for no itemization at all. We already talked about kit levels. I did give a couple pluses for level design. No, I don't even know what that means, Trihexia, so I'm just gonna pass over that question. No penalty for failure whatsoever. If there's actually no failure, so it'd be a better way to phrase that. No map, no mission checkpointing, none of that. No mod support. We did give a plus to music. No new game plus that I'm aware of. No options to speak of. Outro, gameplay-wise, is actually pretty legit. I did give a positive for that. That final stage is actually probably the best stage in the game. Overall design doesn't exist. No real pacing or padding to speak of. No power progression curve, no participation, no quality of life. Replayability. I'm leaning towards no. I'll take some thoughts on that. Railroading. That's where we're putting that negative. Respect. Save system doesn't exist. Sound design doesn't exist. Strategically doesn't exist. None of this stuff exists. I'm leaning towards no as well, admittedly, and not just because of the fact that I don't feel like rewatching the first 5 minutes of Up periodically, you know? That's all I'm going to say about that. Yeah, a lot of the things that would usually get pluses for a platform like that, it's not getting. It certainly does several things right, usually specific moments, but otherwise I think we're just going to codify that at a +6 to gameplay. That's actually better than it probably should be, but honestly a lot of that is sitting on both the music and final level and the boss fights, which are actually pretty well done. So, story. Animation is a plus. Tone. I'll take some input on that one. Background lore, banter, branching, camera work. Characters. Oh, right, yeah. Cinematics. Not really consequence, no, because no dialogue to speak of, no doodads to speak of, no text. No external continuity, no fake drama, no foreshadowing, no humor, no integration per se. No internal continuity. Intro narratively is really good. I'll give you that one. I'll give it a tone positive. I see several people saying a plus to tone. See, now you understand why I use voice detect so often! Exclamation mark. My mother's still getting used to her new phone. I mentioned this yesterday on stream, but there's actually... I had to explain to my mother what a touchpad interface was in order to get her started on using her new phone. Her old phone was from the early aughts, and its battery had died so badly that it couldn't even hold a charge for a day. And that was reaching the point of, you know, actually being a safety hazard. If something were to happen to her for any period of time, she might literally not be able to call for help. And I've been pushing for her to get a new phone for a while. Now, I didn't say she needed to get a smartphone. She decided that on her own. Several good moments. Several good moments. We've got the reveal. We've got the return. We've got good music direction. You did, Loke. A lot of people missed a stream yesterday. There's like 4 people here. Outro. Yeah. Don't know what to add to that. Yeah. Pacing, narratively, padding, no. Plot. Scroll forward a little bit here. Sound design, narratively. Visual storytelling, obviously. Yeah, I mean, the plot and the tone are basically the same thing here. That's why I'm just kind of over that one. No, I'm not playing Loke. I really was on stream yesterday. A lot of people missed it. I even hosted it and everything. I was at my sister's house, and she was streaming. I was also there, on stream. I could feel a sound design positive on the narrative axis. Oh, don't worry, most people missed it, Loke. So I guess here's the question. We're actually done with one exception. Do any of these things deserve 2 positives, is the question. On the narrative axis, specifically. I'm going to start filling in the golden number spreadsheet here to start getting ready for that. I see a lot of people voting for music. Which is funny, I wouldn't have said that myself, but I will bow to the whims of the audience. We'll go ahead and give a second music positive. The animation is excellent, but I think I can't give a second positive for it on the narrative axis because it's only really relevant for 3 cutscenes. Something that caught my eye, it's a very brief thing right during the intro, is as the initial statue is crumbling, there's this, it's like less than a second as she rushes to the palm of the statue to curl up against it like she was seeking comfort or respite from it, and then the statue crumbles away underneath her. A lot of little touches like that, but again, they're only really there for the 3 cutscenes I mentioned, and that's one of them, so... So I don't think I could give a second plus to animation on the narrative axis. I can see it for music. I've heard a few people mention for tone as well. I think I actually agree with that, because this is effectively going to be, and let's just call it what it is, a plus for feels. I may be a heartless, horrible, undead Lich King monstrosity, but there's definitely some feels in this game. Listen, I admit to nothing, Mockingbirds. If that's everything, that leads us with a plus 15 to story. Let me finish punching in a few things here. And if I could get a drum roll, please. So the final score is 67.87, putting it in the good category. Below very good, above generically good, which makes sense. The gameplay just is not nearly good enough to really support this going above that, I don't think. I can't possibly imagine a game with this generic level of not... of this passable level of gameplay going higher than that. So that actually completely tracks. Let's be honest, the only reason this score is that high is because it's being carried by its narrative. Sure thing, Mockingbirds. Here's 2 positives and 2 negatives for the memes. There we go. Perfect. That being stated, I'm pretty sure that this is going to Knock Loose, because Knock Loose guessed 67.36, and this got 67.87. That, I think, is a new record for how close someone has accurately guessed this. By the way, Mockingbirds, for future reference, if you say 100 plus, I'm just going to assume that means 100, because you have to guess a specific number. You can't just guess 100 plus. Sense, Mike? So Knock Loose, you want that to go towards Valhalla. You got it. Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I should probably write your name down, too. There we go. Yeah, that's really close. Are you a time traveler, Knock Loose? Be honest with me, okay? You can tell me. Yes, Valhalla. No, not that one. No, not that one. Yeah, bet 400. We've never, ever gone above 300, but totally the next game is going to be 400. So the next game, I'm pretty sure, is Cyber Shadow. Let me verify that 100%. Which we have finished in time to start today, as predicted. Yep, Cyber Shadow. That's going to be today. We will probably not beat Cyber Shadow today, which is fine. I have opened up the sheet for editing for anybody who wants to go ahead and get their guesses in for Cyber Shadow. I'm going to go ahead and do my post-stream write-up and wrap-up, and then ball my face into the camera for the rumination. I do hope you've enjoyed, and I will see you all after the lunch break for Cyber Shadow.